Testing.
Testing.
Welcome, everybody. We're about to start our meeting for September 9th, 2025, our council meeting. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on those present.
Ms. De La Vega is absent, Ms. Perez is absent, Mr. Rodriguez is absent, Mr. Tunidor is absent, Mr. Zagvi,
Present.
Mr. Junco.
Present.
Mr. Vice President, you do not have enough members to conduct business, but we can continue with the formalities.
Good enough.
Correct.
Let's start with the invocation, Madam Clerk.
Lord, we ask for your continued blessing upon our city. We ask that you grant the members of this council wisdom and understanding in every decision they face. Amen.
Thank you. Everyone, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman Juan Junco.
I pledge allegiance to
To
the
the
flag
flag
of
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. You may be seated. Madam Clerk, can you please read the meeting guidelines?
All lobbyists must register with the city clerk. As a courtesy to others, please refrain from using cellular telephones or other similar electronic devices in the council chamber. A maximum of 3 speakers in favor and 3 speakers in opposition will be allowed to address the council on any one item. Each speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No signs or placards in support of or in opposition to an item or speaker shall be permitted within the council chamber. Any person, whether participating via the web platform, telephonic conferencing, or physical presence at City Hall, interested in making comments or posing questions on matters of public concern or on any item on the agenda may do so during the meeting. Members of the public may address the city council on any item pertaining to city business during the comments and questions portion of the meeting. A member of the public is limited to 1 appearance before the city council, and the speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Individuals should be respectful of the elected officials and staff who are on the dais and make every effort to speak with a moderate tone using appropriate language and avoiding personal attacks. Members of the public in the audience shall refrain from shouting or making remarks from their seats to the mayor, council members, or staff sitting on the dais. The public can view public meetings on the city's YouTube page.
Very good. Madam Clerk, we have a couple of presentations. Can you just intro the first one?
Presentation of the final audit report by the city's external auditor, Mr. Ariza, on behalf of CBIZ for fiscal year 2023 through 2024.
Mr. Ariza, welcome. Name and business address is fine.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Moises Ariza. I'm with the CPA firm of CBIZ, and we're located on 1 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Suite 1100, Miami, Florida, 33131.
Thank you, sir.
And what I have today is, which is part of the agenda, is known as the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. And this was produced and made available to you on and before June 30th, which is the Florida statutory deadline. But if you want to follow along, I am going to go through certain sections of the document, starting with printed page 1, which is our independent auditor's report. If you're following along on printed page 1, you find our independent auditor's report. It's on our firm's letterhead, and it covers, in essence, the conclusion of an audit. And in terms of that, in terms of auditing standards, we call that an opinion. So on the opinions paragraph, we make reference to what we've audited. And as mentioned, we've audited the financial statements of the city of Hialeah for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2024. Following that paragraph, we concluded in our opinion, the financial statements present fairly non-material respects the financial position of the city as of fiscal year end September 30th, 2024. That in essence is a clean opinion, and that's the only opinion you as a council want to be associated with. In terms of financial audit, unmodified opinion is the standard for what we perform, which is an audit under government auditing standards and U.S. generally accepted auditing standards. Following the independent audit report, starting on printed page 5, you find the management discussion analysis. This document in itself is over 150 pages. So I do recommend if there's a section that you read in its entirety, it be the management discussion analysis. It starts on printed page 5 and it takes you through printed page 30. So these 25 pages, the purpose of it is to summarize the document in its entirety. And the nice thing about it is it provides a fluctuation analysis of prior year versus current year activity. So it provides it to you in a financial metric way where you see quantitative changes, but also it provides qualitative information of what is driving those differences or fluctuations in comparing fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2023. Following the MD&A, you have the financial statements. You have a set of financial statements under what is known full accrual and modified accrual. If you're following along on printed page 31, you have all the assets, deferred outflows minus your liabilities and deferred inflows equals your net position. In terms of government accounting, we call equity net position. So that's the purpose of printed page 31. And then on printed page 32, we call it a statement of activities, something similar to profit and loss statements, but in terms of governmental accounting, this is the required presentation. We start off with expenses, we consider program revenues, and determine what's our change in net position to conclude into an ending net position. Following those two statements, you have what is known as modified accrual statements, where you provide balance sheet and statement of revenues and changes and expenses at the fund level. You might have a general fund, a building fund, coronavirus fund, enterprise funds. So that provides more granular detail to the financial statement readers. Following these statements, you have footnotes. The notes provide reconciliation tables and schedules to the face amounts that are being reported on. And following that, we have budgetary comparison schedules where we compare budgeted amounts versus actual amounts and show you fluctuations between budget versus actual. Once again, this was produced in the month of June as required by state law. But I'll open up to any questions you may have regarding the document or anything regarding the audit process.
Thank you, sir. One moment. Madam Clerk, can you acknowledge the appearance of Councilwoman De La Vega?
Yes, it's been noted. She arrived at 6:04.
Thank you. Pleasure of the council for any questions for our city auditor, budget auditor. On paper, we jive. Everything is fine,
Yes.
right? As far as our balance, we
Yes, sir.
spent as much as we took in
Correct.
as proposed,
Correct.
right? Anything of any concerns that?
No, again, the document is over 150 pages. If there's any questions that arise after today's meeting, I make myself available. Any specific questions regarding any activity or footnote or schedule of grants and such matters, again, our approach is not just to be here during the audit. Our approach is to be here to handle any questions you may have or any guidance that you may wish to reach out to us for.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
By
you.
state law, we have to have an auditing accounting company to look over in detail all of our financials, and that's what your company does. And so if people think, well, everything is done internally, that's not the case. We are required to do an audit with an outside contracted company like
Correct.
yourselves, and everything, at least on paper, seems to be on the up and up.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
If there are no questions from the council, then thank you so much, Mr. Arisa, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have another presentation?
Yes, the mayor would like to call the Streets Director, Jose Sanchez, for a presentation on projects.
Since we don't have the whole council, I don't know if you should present today because I would like for everyone to see the projects that are coming before us. Up
You
to the
want me to go
council.
on with it? Or do you, no?
I mean, I would like for the entire council to see it,
Yeah.
but it's up to the council what they want to do.
We can repeat his presentation if you like, but he's here and he can present as is. Is that okay, Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
As you wish. Jose, name and business address is fine for the record.
Jose Sanchez, Director of Streets, 900 East 56th Street. I'm also here with Jamila Guisar, which is the Assistant Director for Streets.
Okay, one moment, Jose. Madam Clerk, acknowledge the appearance of Monica Perez.
Councilmember
Council-
Perez is present. We now have quorum.
Thank you. Go on, Jose, whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right. Last year, I was not able to provide a year-end recap, but today I'm here to provide a recap of fiscal year 24 and 25 and brief you a little bit on what we have planned for the next few months. So that said, I'm gonna jump right into it. First, I'm gonna start talking about the drainage. As you know, times like this, like today, where we get storms, we get some calls about flooding and things like that. Most of them are simple tasks that we could dispatch a drain cleaner and address the problem. But from time to time, we have areas that warrant the construction of a new drain. Those are just focused areas concentrated where, like, let's say half a block or something floods, and we tackle those with spot drains, which is another term for small French drains. 24, fiscal year 24, we did 8 locations. Some of them are there on the screen. In fiscal year 25, we did a little bit more. It's about 12 locations. The locations are there on the screen. Next slide, please. If you need more time to review the areas, let me know and we'll pause it. Next screen. And now
Are
we're
these
moving.
new French? These are brand new.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
ahead.
In 24, we did
8 and
8.
24, 12 and 25.
Yeah, like I said, they're small scale projects. It's just
Yeah.
maybe 20-foot drains to address that spot location where there's concentrated flooding. And then the bigger things, we leave it to capital improvements, which I'll get to that in a little bit. Now, when we come to landscaping, on a 2021 publication, the city of Hialeah scored about 7.4% canopy. So we've been trying to work hard to improve that. Not only for beautification purposes, but for environmental and to promote walkability throughout the city. So in fiscal year 24, we provided 127 new trees. That was citywide. I didn't include the locations here because it was too many to list. But it was 127 trees throughout the city. Now in fiscal year 25, we've planted about 321 trees throughout the city. Some of the main locations are listed there. The rest, again, there's too many to list here. Now we get to capital improvements. This one on 2024, we invested over $11.5 million in capital improvements. We tackled 4 projects. Those are the 4 locations on your screen. The one on the screen, the 2 images there, there's one we're really proud of. Not only did it address stormwater and road concerns, we also address safety issues. If you can see on the left, we have misaligned road, which was causing conflicting left-turn movements. So we redesigned that intersection and we better aligned it. That's the intersection of 13th Street and 6th Avenue. So we're very proud of that. We're able to address some safety concerns there. With those $11.5 million, we were able to improve a little bit over 3 miles of roadway. We provided over 10,000 linear feet of French drain, 79 LED streetlights, and a little bit over 5 miles of new sidewalks. Similarly, in fiscal year 25, we tackled double the amount of those projects. We invested over $28.5 million. Those $28.5 million brought our residents nearly 7 linear miles of new roadway, over 18,000 linear feet of French drain, 162 LED streetlights, and almost 11 miles of new sidewalks. While all that was going on, we were also designing and planning for the future. The first three projects here were projects that we designed during the fiscal year, and now they're ready to move forward in the next few months to construction. That's going to be about $14 million. And then what we have programmed for fiscal year 26 is another $11 million for three projects. All combined, we're looking to improve in the near future almost 5 linear miles of roadway, over 14,000 linear feet of French drain, 99 LED streetlights, and over 7 miles of new sidewalks. So in summary, between 2024, 25, and what we're going to do in 26, if the budget is approved, we could say we've invested $65 million in roadway projects, with almost 15 linear miles being improved, or 42,000 linear feet of French drain, 340 LED streetlights, and almost 24 linear miles of new sidewalks. Now, I gave you a lot of numbers and a lot of data, but I'm gonna turn it over to Jamil. He's gonna give you a few slides with before and after pictures, aerials, which will disclose the areas that we tackled, the ones that I just mentioned. And he's also gonna get into some of the operations of the department, because none of these improvements mean anything if we don't maintain them moving forward. And we could spend a lot of money in doing these improvements, but if simple things as maintaining the drain systems clean and things like that, if we don't tackle that, we pretty much threw away our money. So he's going to get a little bit into that, and I'll turn it over to him. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yamil, name and business address for the record.
Hi, I'm Yamil Alquizar, Assistant Director for the Streets Department. Address is 900 East 56th Street, Hialeah, Florida 33013. Good afternoon. As you can see, in front of you, you have a map of the city you're very well familiar with. In that map, we're showing 17 total locations, which we're in the process of either having constructed recently since 24 and 25. We're in the process of constructing, and we're going to tackle those same 6 locations that Jose mentioned that we're going to tackle in the next few months. We're going to be starting those. These are the purpose of these next slides are to show that the scope of these projects. These are not small projects whatsoever. They span several city blocks, and to show the kind of impact that we can bring, that we can make throughout the city when we construct these kind of projects. Okay, next slide. On this, is that okay? Can you go? Was it the southeast? Yeah, keep going. One more. All right. Yeah, right there. Okay, so just to give you one of the main examples, on the left, you'll see the before conditions. You're going to see degraded swell areas. You're going to see old pavement. You're going to see narrow sidewalks. And over far in the distance on the left, you're going to see a lonely streetlight. Okay, so now when we reconstructed the project, now you can see brand new pavement, drainage throughout. You can see protected green areas by the curb and gutter. You see new line markings. And the light is still back there on the left, far away, but it's not lonely anymore. It has a lot more friends over on the right. So next slide. There's another large project where we improved 122 parcels along the project. Next slide. I'm just gonna run through these because it's more the same, and I'll let the pictures speak for themselves. Okay, there's another area. This is we're about to finish. This area is going to be done in the next few weeks. Okay, next slide. Another large area where we are improving 64 more parcels. This is a scenario of the area. Next slide. And this is a before and after of another area that we completed. Which slide is that? Number 2? Yeah, go on to the number 3. Is that 2 or 3? I can't see. I'm sorry. Okay, go on to the next one. Okay, one more. There's an aerial, the same area. On. Okay, this is another completed area. As you can see, old pavement. And we completely rebuilt everything and made the area safer with new lighting, sidewalks, drainage. Next slide. Okay. Yep. Next slide. Another area with bad pavement. And as you can see, it has very narrow travel lanes. We widened that and we reconstructed the rest of it with adding drainage, etc. Next slide, please. Next slide. A scenario of the area. Okay, that's another one that was in really bad shape and it's near completion. That one was really bad. Okay, next slide. Okay, go ahead. Yep. Okay, this is an area where, well, all these areas that were very extremely large projects, they all had very ambitious construction timelines, and we successfully completed those within the time. And the ones that are in construction currently, they're still going to be completed well within the construction timeline. Okay, next scenario. This is another finished area. As you can see before, very narrow lanes, almost no drainage, old pavement, and on the right is completely reconstructed. Okay. Next. Next slide. This area is a one where we improved 64 parcels. This was a mix of residential and commercial. So we not only brought improvements to residences throughout the city, we also brought improvements to businesses throughout the city as well. Next slide. This is the milling and resurfacing of West 8th Avenue from Okeechobee Road. Next slide, please. Until 37th Street. This is a pretty large project. As you can see, we repaired concrete, sidewalks, and the pavement is brand new for that long stretch. Okay, lastly, over in the Hialeah Heights area, we had a section of unfinished road. As you can see on the next slide, on the slide on the left, you'll see the unfinished road over on the right. And then once we finished it, we were able to successfully give access and service 5 large commercial and industrial businesses in the Hialeah Heights area. So all in all, we improved 1,172 parcels in front of all these projects, and we touched more than 330 lives, residents throughout the city, and it's something we're proud of because those residents going forward, whenever a big storm comes around, more than likely will not be reaching out to us for sandbags to protect the front of their homes. So we're very proud of that. Next slide, please. As Jose mentioned before, none of these improvements work without proper maintenance to them. So I want to talk about that now. In 2024, the Streets Department implemented a brand new asset management system. You can see over on the left, we had an old, outdated, and unsupported system, and we obtained a brand new state-of-the-art system. This system's going to help us with operations, with efficiency, and reporting transparency as well. And it's also most importantly, it's going to allow us to deploy the resources exactly where they are needed for us. Additionally, something else I'm very proud of is that in 2024, the city mapped all its stormwater assets. That's something that not all surrounding cities can say today. So not all surrounding cities have mapped their assets, their stormwater assets. So I'm also proud of the department for being able to accomplish that. Another, next slide, please. Okay, so we replaced some of our equipment that was very old, and through the purchase of this new equipment, we're gonna be able to better handle operations in the city and also help us with emergency response. Next slide. Okay. Also, we are doubling our vacuum cleaner, vacuum truck drain cleaner fleet. We're going from 2 to 4, where we're going to be receiving the 2 additional trucks any day now, this week, next week. And we also have a plan to expand that fleet by 2 more in the coming year, hopefully. And that's going to help us hopefully triple our capacity to clean drains throughout the city and maintain all those investments that the city has made. That's my last slide. I want to thank you. With the right support, with your support, we can continue to work hard, and we can continue to do even more than we've done in the past couple of years. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Jose.
Thank you, Jamil. Well, thank you. Not only, none of this is possible without your support, starting from the mayor, council, our COO office, Office of Finance Management. I mean, without that support, it's just a view, a vision, which pretty much you could call it a daydream. So thank you all for the continued support and entrusting our department and us to fulfill all these accomplishments. And if you have any questions, we're here to answer them.
Thank you. Pleasure of the council.
If I may, through the chair.
Please go on.
Well, thank you, Jose. Your department is very valued and appreciated here. I've seen the hard work that a lot of you guys do. I sometimes show up unannounced to your offices, and you guys are always working and ready to answer questions. The work that you do not only keeps our city safe, because people could see, the lines and the careful detail that you do to make sure that everyone, sees that the stop signs are up, that they're not thrown on the floor, that you clean up those trees that fall after the storm. And I really appreciate all the work that you did at the east side. I know that we've received, no good deed goes unpunished, right? You've received some feedback of the sidewalks now are wider due to ADA compliance, or that now people can't park on the swale anymore because now they have that concrete barrier, right? And with that comes some challenges that I don't know if PD is aware and has been identified those areas that now residents are parking on the street, right? Because they're not going up on the swale anymore, or maybe there's residents there that maybe have efficiencies and there's 7 or 8 cars where there should only be 4. So that's something I think that now we have to focus maybe with PD and identify those areas, because the cars are going to be blocking the streets. And we've received some updates. I know that you've received them, I've received them. But it's beautiful, and people need to follow the law, and they need to park on their property, right? So I think it's fantastic what you have done. Another issue that has come up is, and I saw a picture there of the annex area, is the annex area made the news recently with all of the illegal dumping that's been going on over there. I know you and I have talked about this. I know you've tried to really clean it up, and you've worked with the county, and you've offered your services to, carry the trash to the dump, and they want to charge us now, right, to leave it there. As we come up to budget season, I would like to see what we have allocated if we have to pay to, leave that trash at the dump, how much is set aside for these circumstances, right? And I know that we also have the issue of that there's tires there and they don't take the tires. And then we have to leave them at fleet because we have nowhere to dump these tires. So I know that that's something you have to deal with, and it's a lot. And maybe if we could have these open discussions to let us know maybe if we need to allocate more funds to that budget line item. Because this is something that is is making headlines and something we have to address, right? And if now the county is saying that they don't want to be a partner with us and they don't want to accept this garbage, I think then we have to pay for the cost of still dumping it because we can't leave it there. So I think that's a discussion to be had. I don't know if maybe you want to talk about that on Thursday, once the line item comes up and we could have those funds to kind of discuss how much is being set aside for that. I'm open to hearing your feedback.
Through the
Of
chair.
course, we could sit
Yeah.
down and
Matt,
We're gonna pick up that trash next week. It'll be picked up.
Yeah, but Jose has said in the past, that 3 days later it's back.
Yeah, but
So-
there's a plan that we have in place that should be it should avoid the further illegal dumping. Right now, it's difficult because there's so much trash now that if somebody goes to throw something, I mean, oh yeah, they can say, no, that wasn't me. But we have a plan in place along with Hialeah Gardens that should stop it.
So I know that when we opened the 911 tower, I can't remember when that was, I think it was like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, that we drove down
It
there.
was
And there
bad.
was the boats, the wooden boats that were out there, and that's
Mhm.
still there now. And that was 2 years ago. And I know that PD has tried to sit out there and have cars that surveillance. And we've even discussed about maybe having cameras out there at some point. So I know that this has been ongoing and
Yeah.
it's hard to put it on Jose's shoulders.
Be-
So we need to,
Because what happens is that technically that's not ours. It's
but
the
the county
county's
then is
street,
saying that it is.
and then it's Hialeah Gardens. So he's willing to work with us as well to clean it up and,
Right.
to get something done so that it stops. Of course, if the county would finish building that road that they said 2 years ago they were gonna build it, it would have already stopped. But it is what it is. We're gonna clean it up and hopefully it won't reoccur again.
All right. But I would still like to see the budget line item of what's set aside for in these scenarios when we have to clean up, how much is set aside for that, if we may. And then to discuss what the dump doesn't take, such as tires, what kind of alternate plan we could come up with, because I know you're stuck then with, a collection of tires of all types of sizes. So just have some discussion of what other municipalities might be doing with that.
all right. Yeah, we could have that conversation right now. We're still strategizing on how we're gonna tackle this, like the mayor said, so, but yeah, I'm open to meeting and sitting down and discussing it.
Wonderful. Thank you,
And-
sir.
And
I'm
you're
I'm
welcome.
through.
And as to the whole parking situation and new projects, we're mindful of all that. I mean, we don't just design and come up with a random design. We actually take the time while we're in like the 30% process where they give us like a master plan, which is an area with the driveways. We go block by block, property by property, see what they have. And we try to accommodate everything that's within city standards and sometimes even a little bit more. For example, the code allows for 40% of paved area in front of a property. Sometimes we see that it reaches to 50 or something like that. We don't just cut it straight at the 40. We're mindful of that and we provide them a few extra feet just to accommodate the residents. Now, there are some that are just fully paved and we can't, I mean, because if not, we won't meet the drainage requirements. We gotta have green areas, but we go block by block during the design process and whatever's there, we try to accommodate every single driveway. If they only have one access, we try to provide an on-street parking. So we spend a lot of time looking through all those projects. We don't just design them at random or let the consultant do most of the work. We actually take a drive out there and we try to accommodate every property.
There's no doubt. I have no doubt you do. But there's always going to be the people that complain, right? And
Right.
and at the end of the day, what we did there, what you and your street department did there, alleviated a more serious concern, which is the flooding that was happening within, if it rained 5 inches within 30 minutes, it was immediately flooded due to those reasons. There wasn't enough drainage, there wasn't enough green space to absorb that water. And we were having that water go up to people's homes, to their front doors. So I know without a doubt that you have planned it thoroughly and really did your due diligence. However, we now have an issue that we have to kind of discuss as a city on how to address these new cars that now are parked blocking the street, Mayor, do you have a suggestion for that?
Bueno, I'm assuming police, chief? police passes than if they see the cars in the street. I mean, I did a tour of all the streets that were being
Chief
repaired
name and
and all the ones that were done already, and I love it. It's beautiful. Looks way better than what it did before.
All right, George Fuente, 5555 East 8th Avenue. Our officers proactively address any type of parking complaints and traffic complaints. I'm the first one that requests and asks of any of our elected officials, anyone in the audience, that if they have an area that's of concern, our officers will be out there and warn, cite, educate our public, whether it's traffic or parking-related incidents. So that's something that we need everyone's assistance with, and we understand that that's an issue for individuals walking sidewalks that don't want to have obviously a vehicle in their path. So our officers, we have established a neighborhood resource team now that's one of their functions. We didn't have that team before. I established that team where that's one of their functions, go out there and ensure that parking enforcement is addressed.
So Chief, thank you for that. Is maybe the protocol that they're gonna first issue a warning instead of a citation? Are we kind of collecting some data for that new area just to see who's a repeat offender? I know that this is, it gets complicated because you guys have bigger issues to be dealing with than this. However, it could now pose a concern, someone backing out and there's a vehicle in the way, and it could then turn into an accident.
Right, we take it all, they're all serious matters. Warnings are issued in order to educate areas that possibly have not been touched before. So that is handled that way, in that manner, with warnings. But citations are also issued in areas that we know that have been educated and continue to park on the sidewalk.
Are we gonna be giving citations for vehicles parked on the swale, the new area with the grass? Is it wrong for vehicles
You're correct. You cannot be parked in those areas.
in the?
Okay, through the chair.
Park in your sidewalk.
She was talking about the cars that are parking now in the street because of the remodeling of the streets that we did, the reconstruction of the streets, that now they don't have access. Some of them don't, or most of
Correct,
them.
yeah, parking
Then they're parking on the street.
parking on the street on a right of way is illegal. So a vehicle that's parked on the street could also be towed. So absolutely, if anyone has an area or a house, a location that's of concern, please call us and we're here to serve.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
So I know Jose, you're done. You're done. I know Jose worked in order to try and accommodate those houses that had the space to be able to make like a parking in the front. But some of them, he explained to me, they didn't have the space to be able to do that, make that area where a car fits. And that's why he couldn't do it.
Yeah, we got to design to certain standards. It's 22 feet. Sometimes folks see, oh, I could fit a car there, but it's not the fact that you could fit a car in that green area. It's the fact that we got to design it for us to, if we don't design it per standard, it becomes a liability for the city. So you may be able to fit a small car, but we can't design it for a small car. We have to make it a 22-foot wide at a minimum. So wherever we have space for parking, we provide them. And one thing I forgot to mention, we do the plans and everything, but it's not set in stone. So we give up to the point that we construct the curbing. Yeah, once we construct the curbing, there's no way back because we gotta pay double. We build it, demolish it, and pay again. But they have several months. We do the drainage, tear up the street, and all that. It takes a while for us to get to the curbing. Up to that point, we allow the residents to make modifications. Now, we do ask for a commitment, which would be they pull a permit to modify their driveway, and we provide them the access to that new driveway. Without a permit, we don't do it because it's just everybody's going to say, oh, I want this, I'm going to do this, and they don't really do it at the end. And then we provide an approach to sometimes a gated part of a property, and then it becomes another, again, a liability. But if they commit to doing an expansion on the driveway, we do all the exterior work while we're doing the project. And the cutoff is the curbing. Once we do the curbing, that's where we stop all modifications. But up to that point, we allow the residents to come in, review the plans, and make any adjustments they need to make to accommodate them. And we do all the right-of-way work for them.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else?
Through the chair.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just coincidentally, this brought up, I recently had someone send me some pictures. So I that area is beautiful. I mean, first of all, congratulations. I mean, I think these are improvements that our city needs, that our city deserves, right? Our residents are happy for those improvements, but, right, with these improvements, let's take care of it, right? So some of the concerns that came to me was improvements are great. However, because the streets are now smaller, because the sidewalks are bigger, right, there is people parking on the side. So I know that's not illegal. And I love what the chief said, warn, cite, and educate. Love that. But the parking on the swale, right, where the grass is, that's not allowed either, right? This specific resident has 12 cars, which is probably a red flag for something else. But his concern was, I used to be able to park all my cars, now I can't, right? How do we enforce that? Because the picture from the neighbors is all the cars are parked on the street. And again, whatever the actions are, I just want to make sure that when we do these improvements and we put so much money into making our city look beautiful, let's just enforce it, so that, you know, the money goes a long way and our city continues to be beautiful.
Unfortunately, 12 cars is hard to accommodate. I mean,
No,
there's no physical way that we could accommodate all that in the right of way.
like I said, probably a red flag for something else,
So,
right? But it's unfortunate, it's the reality reality in our city.
like I said, we put a lot of work into it. We do drive the areas.
Okay.
And we try to accommodate as best as we can, but unfortunately, at the end of the day, we could only do what we could do. I mean,
Right.
we're limited with space. Like I said, we got to follow certain codes, which will be 22-foot minimum for each driveway. Think about, to put into perspective, there's some properties that are only 40 foot wide. So taking away the 22, it leaves them with just one approach. So if we were to apply that concept throughout the whole city, I mean, there won't be any driveways to the property. We could have a lot of on-street parking, but then we would give up the access to a property. So we got to do a balance. You know, we got to balance things out, and that's why we drive every block before we finalize the design and try to accommodate what they have there. And as long as it's through code and a little
Yep.
bit more.
And just for future, for the future projects, right? Because I know here, this is just an example of the picture, right? Where we close off here and we put the green space, which does look beautiful. But the reality is, look, the entire street is parked on it. In future projects, would we be able to open that up for parallel parking?
If we're gonna designate it as parking, it has to be a 22 feet minimum. If it's gonna remain a green area, we don't need to meet those 22 feet. But from my experience, I've been doing this for 19 years. We've done some pilot programs throughout the city
Mhm.
where we have not introduced curbing. 5 years down the line, it's like we did nothing. It just looks like we just did a resurfacing
Right.
block, all landscaping, all the grass destroyed. So the curbing is what protects
Okay.
our investment.
And obviously enforcing that, you know, we can't park on there. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah, and we right now, you saw some of the pictures. They're bare bone because they're brand new projects, but we come after with trees. So it's a two-step
Yes,
process.
the
But
trees
first,
are
we do the
great.
roadway construction. We just sod it for the moment, and then under a separate contract, or because we pursue different grants and things like that for landscaping, then we come at a later time, and all those green areas we try to plant 12 to 14-foot trees and landscape the entire area.
Yes, and great job with tree planting. Especially there's an area of I think it's the west area. I know there was a lot of residents of Gratitude. There was a lot of trees planted in the Artman Park there. So thank you.
Yeah, city.
That was great.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Any other comments for this presentation? Thank you, Jose.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank
We have comments and questions now, Madam Clerk.
The first registered speaker, Susana Vasquez.
Can you start the clock?
Let me wait for her to say it.
Hi, good evening. Susana Vasquez, 1306 West 49th Street, Hialeah, Florida, 33014 or 1312. I'm sorry.
Go on.
First, I would like to say thank you to everyone sitting here today, all the city council members. Mayor Jacqueline Garcia, thank you so much for your work, for everything you've done. Today, I come here with a message of domestic violence. Domestic violence is hitting all the homes today here in Hialeah. We have a serious problem that we need to address. And I come to bring awareness. Families are dying, kids are dying, there's homicides, and I could bring the statistics and I have it here for you if you would like to see it. We are aware of it because we own a school, America's Christian Future, where the kids come and they share their problems with us, where we, as a Christian school, we implant the seed of hope and of God in the lives of these children. We implant the seed of hope in the lives of these children. We've been around for 11 years. We have statistics to prove to you that the kids who graduate with God in their heart take that to the homes, and we could decrease the domestic violence. Today, I'm bringing a message not only of hope to the community, but to thank each one of you members who have supported our school. Manny Diaz has been to our school before. Bovo was at a school before. And today, I'm inviting Jacqueline to see what we do at America's Christian Future. We need more schools like this. I'm here to tell you, please, we need more schools who implant the message of hope to the homes to transform our community. We're here not to ask for funding for anything. We have millions of dollars as a family, hardworking family that we are, to open up schools here with this message. Come see what we do. Come to our school. I beg you, please, see what we do. We touch the lives. We transform kids. We're not here to ask for funds because we don't need the funds. We're here to ask you, how could we help the community? What could we do for you? Our facilities are open for you. Our doors are open. How could we help these families? The statistics, the police officer killed her boyfriend, serving 30 years in prison here in Hialeah. We're here on a message of hope. We're here on a message that we have what it takes as an institution that's been around for 11 years to tell you we could help you. How could we join forces together as a team? America's Christian Future, we're right here, right down the street, where the doors are open, our facilities are open. We could offer counseling. We have pastors, we have counselors, we have a director for kids who, a lot of the kids have special needs. We have a special needs department. A lot of the parents need our services. Excuse me, I don't want to interrupt.
I'll give you a few more seconds, Missy. Thank you.
Yes. But the Hialeah Police Department Victims Advocate Unit, excuse me, we're more than happy to work with them if you guys allow us to help the community. We're here on a message of Christian schools, our school. We're here to help.
Thank you.
The president of the school is here, Mrs. Raquel Valverde. She came 8 minutes late. She wasn't able to sign her to speak. If you will allow her to speak, she is here to bring her message as a president of the
Right.
school.
I'll give her 3 minutes. Thank you.
Before you go, first of all, thank you for coming.
And I wanted to.
Second of all,
This is for you, and it says, pero en cuanto a yo y mi familia, nosotros servimos al Señor. Amen. This message is the message that I want to bring, and I wanted to give that to you. The kids
Thank
actually
you.
did that for you.
oh, thank you so much. This is so cute.
Thank you.
Well, I would love to go and visit, and I look forward to it. If you can give your information to either my chief of staff or my
Yes.
assistant,
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
thank you so much.
This is the
Go ahead, ma'am.
president of the school.
Thank you. Name and business address, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Raquel Valverde. The address is 1306 West 49th Street, Hialeah, Florida 33012. She spoke amazingly. Yes, I would love to offer my school to help out. I've had many testimonies. I'm trying not to cry because I hold each kid dear to my heart. I had a meeting with parents, just general, and they're like, oh, but this kid, you have to kick him out. I'm like, okay, well, in my school, we believe in redemption. We believe that there's grace. So let's try to see what's going on. We were able to work with him and get him to open up. And then we found out about issues at home that relates, and if not, it is domestic violence. And being able to give counseling to the parents, to the child, along with my mom, who's the director of the school. And we were able to see a transformation where he, working hand in hand as a team, like I like to tell all my parents, we're here to work as a team. This is our new generation. We cannot have these high statistics with our new generation. And Hialeah is a great city. So we need to try to work together to change some numbers around. Graduated top of his class, great behavior, great everything. He's now in high school and he's doing excellent. So that's just my little message of hope on 49th Street, very central there in Hialeah. If there's any way, if you could please come visit us, I would love to welcome you in with all my kids with open arms, with all of you as well. Just any way, if perhaps the city can help. Maybe it's not my school directly, but just in general, help us, maybe the smaller schools, private or public, doesn't matter. At the end, I know as all educators, we have one mission, and that is to better the life of each child and to have kids where they don't feel overseen because no one takes the time to spend with them and to try to help them out with what's going on. So it's more of a call to action. I just want to bring that over to you guys. To see how maybe perhaps we can work together, or if not, just the city can offer maybe a little bit more resources for our kids throughout all the city of Hialeah. So that's really all. That's my message. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for coming today to introduce yourself. I don't think I've ever been to that school either. Is it 1306 West 49th Street?
Yes, it's 1306 49th West 49th Street. We're pretty hidden, which in a way is a blessing. Many people are like, oh, how come, I never heard you guys. We are a little bit hidden. It's good for our kids, but you're more than welcome to come in.
And how long have you guys been in the city?
11 years in Hialeah, but before Hialeah, we were actually in Miami Lakes on 67th Avenue for another like 12 to 13 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So, well, thank you for coming and introducing yourself and sharing this message. As an educator, you see this firsthand, and that's why you got emotional, because you see these families and you want support. And we have a fantastic department with our police department that deals with these families firsthand. So I'm sure that we could connect you. We have Mr. Torres that's back there. I'm sure he could connect you with the advocacy group that's there, and we could maybe make an alliance. And they're fantastic ladies that really provide a lot of help to families in the community. This is going to be now in October is going to be our 3rd year honoring and bringing awareness and support to survivors and victims of domestic violence. So we have in October 2 weeks that we, light up our corridor areas in pink for breast cancer, and then we also do purple for domestic violence. We do a walkathon also that we host every year with PD. So I would love to get your information and invite you to that, and some more surprises that we have coming up now in October.
Awesome.
As it relates to this
Definitely.
difficult subject. But thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
No, thank you for your time. Thank you, all of you. Through the chair.
Oh, sorry. And Mrs. Raquel, and I'm sorry, I missed your name.
Susanna Bosco.
And Miss Susanna, thank you for coming to council, to our meeting and presenting yourself. You can tell the passion that you have for the kids. And thank you for the hope that you provide to those families. I would be honored to definitely visit your school, and take a tour, and like Councilwoman Perez said, we have resources here, along with PD. And so I think that would be, this might be the start of a great partnership and friendship, between the city and your school. So thank you for coming. Thank you for allowing us all to hear from your school. And if I can just get your information, that way, we can reach out to you after the meeting.
Awesome. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I would like to conclude, we have impacted the community so much that our hearts are here in Hialeah. We've come a long way. We're a family, and we've come a long way. We would like to reach the community in a way that there's more impact. The statistics is real, and we're here to help. We're here to help, and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Next presentation, Madam Clerk.
Sandy Palacios.
Ma'am, name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Palacios. I reside at 10 East 60th Street, Hialeah, Florida, 33013. Good evening, council members. I would like to address the serious traffic and safety concerns that already exist around our city schools during arrival and dismissal times. Even with police and resource officers present at our public schools managing traffic, is still a challenge. Students, families, and commuters face risks every day from motorists who speed, drive in the wrong direction, or otherwise disrupt the flow of traffic, creating dangerous conditions. As I've reviewed today's agenda and past agendas, I've noticed a trend: numerous requests and approvals for daycare expansions. Each approval brings with it an increase in traffic. Yet, unlike public schools, these private daycares and schools do not have resource officers to help manage congestion. The result has been unmanageable traffic in residential areas, directly impacting the quality of life for neighbors. Take the proposal for 21 East 59th Street as an example. Approval would funnel even more traffic into a narrow residential street that is already overburdened during arrival and dismissal times. East 59th Street has not been updated in more than 25 years. The swale remains unrepaired, cars are forced to park completely on the roadway, and two-way traffic often becomes impossible without one car pulling aside to let the other pass. Now imagine adding elementary school into this mix, when we already have 2 public schools within a mile, another private school just 4 blocks south on Palm Avenue. This is not responsible planning for a city. Streets like East 59th Street are simply not equipped to handle this increase in traffic, and the safety for both residents and commuters will be at risk. Elementary schools have 2 dismissal times, 1:50 and 3:05, not to mention the high school dismissals that take place at 2:20. I can speak firsthand to what this looks like. As a member of the leadership team at Amelia Earhart Elementary, located less than a mile away, I see the traffic every single day. Cars are backed up for 15 minutes or more along both northbound and southbound lanes of East 7th Avenue, blocking not only traffic in either direction, but also the residents from entering and exiting their homes. And while some of these schools have loops, it's still not enough to handle the number of cars that are picking up over 100 students. Consider also Palm Springs Elementary, also less than a mile away. Their loop is triple the size than surrounding schools, and yet the surrounding residents still experience serious congestion. The difference is that both Amelia Earhart and Palm Springs have resource officers directing traffic daily. Who is holding these private schools accountable for the gridlock their expansion is causing or will cause? A true comparable will be Asbury Christian School, just 4 blocks south. Their traffic forms along Palm Avenue going northbound, which leaves available only 1 lane during dismissal time. There is no police officer managing the disruption of traffic flow. So tonight I urge you to take into heavy consideration any approvals of SUPs that relate to this concern. It is the homeowners who will live with the consequences of this decision every single day. Ask yourselves, how would you feel if this were happening in your own residing area? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Palacios. As an advisory, this item on 21 East 59th Street will be in a second reading on the 23rd of September. Today, I've allowed this one comment during comments and questions, but you are at liberty. 3 persons can speak on behalf and 3 in opposition of this proposed school expansion on 21 East 59th Street. But for today, that's the last comment I will allow on this particular item. And I thank you. If there's anyone here, you could stand up and we can recognize you on that, with Ms. Palacios. Otherwise, we invite any other speaker with questions and comments on any other subject except this one, which is technically a zoning item that will be coming up. So that being said, if there's any other topic that anybody has registered for, we will allow them for under this section of comments and questions other than 21 East 59th Street, which is a zoning item on first reading today, madam.
Zachary Palacios, I believe he's here on that item.
Okay, that was the last one I will allow on this item. If it's on 21 East 59th Street, you can come on the 20. Is it completely different than that item? On that
Any
address?
speaker needs to come up.
Sorry?
Any speaker needs to come up to the
Okay,
podium.
go on. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Zachary Palacios, 10 East 60th Street. I was reviewing the 2050 development plan, and I noticed that a few things regarding the area north of East Palm, East 49. So sorry, nervous. Palm Avenue and north of East 49th Street. The area is mostly homes and has a few schools. The traffic in the area is quite bad and is quite treacherous as is. I believe that any further development in the area would need to be closely monitored and regulated, as well as the traffic enforcement better improved. And not saying it's bad as it is, as on East 59th, there are patrolmen who do post up there and do pull over plenty of cars every day. But it's still not enough, as I have personally seen many motorists get into accidents in the area, one of which being a landscaping truck and a school bus that was full of kids. They collided together and nearly slammed into a house, as well as another incident where a motorcyclist was killed on impact after a SUV had lost control and collided with the motorcyclist. I just wanted to let that be known, as well as an extra comment on the use of covenants. I found the other day that they're very rarely enforced and or investigated. And most of the time when they are investigated, it's because of a civilian complaint. Yet most civilians don't know the covenants, especially if it's a covenant put into a specific ordinance. I believe that there should be better advertising in regards to such covenants, so that neighboring civilians could help enforce, well, not enforce, but advise code enforcement of such violations. That'll be all.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker scheduled.
Freddie Solorzano.
Buenas tardes.
Señor, si va a hablar en español, hola.
Name and address.
Me
for the
tiene que dar
record.
un momento para traducirle.
Ok. Bien, buenas
Nombre
tardes.
y dirección, por
El nombre y
favor.
la dirección para el récord.
Correcto.
Tienes 3 minutos.
En español.
Tú en español y yo te
Ok,
traduzco en inglés.
perfecto. Buenas tardes,
Good
señores
afternoon,
concejales,
and
ciudadana alcaldesa,
councilors and
señoras y señores.
mayor.
Sí, bueno, quería tocar brevemente, porque ya sé que son
I
3
wanted to
minutos.
briefly touch on.
Mi nombre es Freddy Solorza,
My name is Freddie Solonzo,
exdiputado venezolano en el exilio,
Venezuelan
ya
senior.
10 años acá.
I've resided 10 years here.
La dirección desde donde operamos acá en
My operating
el Gran
address is
Miami-Dade, es
in
aquí
Miami-Dade.
en Hialeah. La
in
dirección
Hialeah.
es 60 East
60 East,
Tercera Street,
3rd Street,
apartamento
apartment
703,
apartment 7,
Hialeah
13, Hialeah
33010,
33010.
el CICOP. La razón que hoy estamos acá en esta tarde
The
para
reason why we're here
esta-
today,
este punto de vista
to come to
porque
give this
estamos
point of view,
preocupados
we are concerned with
por el tema de que ya tenemos aprobado
The
en el
theme of-
estado de la Florida una
They
ley
get approved, in the state of Florida, we have approved a ley
del
along
tema anticomunista.
regarding,
Aprobada, es una ley.
anti-communism,
Sí,
legislation
pues,
that's already,
traje- acá vino conmigo también un profesor que se llama Luis González del Castillo.
there's a professor that came with me, Luis
Y
Castillo, to,
él preside la cátedra Francisco de Miranda. Esa cátedra está interesada con un gran equipo.
that
Él
cathedral
me
is
puede explicar en sus
interested
3 minutos,
with a
que
great
también
group
está anotado, sobre este tema.
regarding,
Para ver si
uh,
Hialeah comenzamos a mover esto y que los concejales, la alcaldesa y
to
las
see if with the
autoridades
city
de
of
esta
Hialeah,
gran
we can
ciudad y
move
bella
this
ciudad
forward,
nos ayudan, porque estamos preocupados por este tema.
so that we
Este,
are able to work with the city to,
creemos en
mitigate
Dios
this.
y no practicamos
We're not
a diario.
practicing
Creemos que
daily.
el comunismo no es la mejor vía de vivir.
We do understand that communism isn't the best way of
No
living,
defendemos la
and we're
democracia.
not defending democracy in the way that
Eso
it
nos
should
preocupa.
be.
Más
That is what is
aprovechar este
concerning to
minuto que
me.
queda. Es agradecerle a la alcaldesa,
I want to thank the mayor,
Jacqueline García,
Jacqueline
ya que
Garcia Robles.
trajimos acá una propuesta para
Now that we brought a
funcionar. Ya está en
proposition
conocimiento de ella, pero quería decirlo en público
to
hoy,
have
de
this
que es una
recognition,
propuesta para funcionar acá con la ONG A Boy for Freedom,
to have
para
a
que
functioning
allí
Boy for
funcionen
Freedom,
buscando como un local. Ya está
trying
en
to
manos de la
find
alcaldesa,
some
ya
sort
conversar
of
con ella, un
location
local para que allí se imparta el conocimiento de cómo aprender bien el inglés y además de
for
eso,
there to be an
una
impact
ONG
where you
para
can speak
ayudar a las
English.
familias, para
We
entregarles
can help
comida en
families
buen estado,
to
por
give
supuesto, una
out
comida
food
controlada y
and
vigilada
things of
también,
that nature.
supervisada por la ciudad, que
Provided
queremos
by the city
que
of
se haga algo
Hialeah.
transparente porque es para la comunidad.
So
Así que
it's a
muchas
great
gracias.
communal effort.
Esa es una propuesta, es una visión.
That is just a
Y que
recognition
los
or a
3 minutos que le
vision that I
queda
would like
al
to,
ingeniero Luis González del Castillo, ahondará sobre el tema del anticomunismo.
my
Muchas
peer
gracias.
will
Buenas tardes.
elaborate on the anti-communism topic.
Hablo el inglés, pero no good pronoun. Entonces, mejor lo dije en español. Muchas gracias y buenas tardes.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Luis
Madam-
Gonzalez.
Okay, good night. Thank you. Jacqueline Garcia, the commissioners. I would like to thank
Your
you guys
address, sir.
for-
Mr. Gonzalez, address for the record. You
Okay,
said your name,
I'm
Luis
so-
Gonzalez, right?
Okay, I'm living in Doral, but
That's
we
a
are
complete
offering-
address.
All right, 3308 Torremolinos Avenue, 33178.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. The idea to be here is to just the gratitude of myself, the Venezuelan, for all of you, all the Cuban, all the American people. I visited for the first time when I was 18 years old. We just used to come to the United States back and forth several times for studies, for business. And in this time, unfortunately, you know, the very hard story of 66 years old of the regime of tyranny in Cuba. So because of that, we were looking in the other side. We didn't understand what was going on when they say, no, you are in danger, you are in danger. The people from Israel taught to us that you had to teach your children about what is the threat, you know, the very dangerous situation about the ideas. And when we are talking about God, God taught us about our freedom. It's a gift, the life, but the idea is to transform this in an opportunity to grow together with the children of Hialeah, and then Doral, and then Miami, etc. Because the law could be, you know, a dead letter. You have the many laws, but into the families, into the schools, in the parks, in the recreation, learn about our really heroes. For example, Miranda is the name of my freedom chair, was a friend of a Cuban. this governor bring Miranda to Cuba, and they fight for the freedom of the United States in Pensacola. Juan Manuel Cajigal and Montserrat was the deepest friend of Miranda. And Miranda was the most universal hero in the 18th and 19th century. And I have friends from Cuba. They have little histories that are available for children right now, but they don't find the way to put, to move this into the schools, because it's a kind of bureaucracy. But with the people of the community, maybe through your support, we can start with parks, recreation, etc., different events to push for the children, have the opportunity to grow understanding all about communism. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Can you send an email to the mayor's office proposing what you offer?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You could find it on the website, right, Madam Mayor? You can send an email to, thank you, sir.
We will. Thank you so
sir.
much.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Dina Diaz.
Dina Diaz. Your turn up to bat. No Dina Diaz. Who's our next speaker?
Jose Ozzie.
Jose. Name and address for the record, please.
First, I have two handouts to pass out. It's important that I show public records because sometimes there's a discrepancy with the truth, so public records are important.
You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good evening, Jose Alzi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. Yeah, today's meeting has been very touching today. It touched me a lot, especially with the kids. I'm very adamant that our Parks Department should be used by highly kids and not privatized. The first handout that I passed out, that was the budget when I was a Senate Director too, when we had programs in our parks. I highlighted the Recreation Center Director too, because those were the directors that were in charge of programming that we have for our parks, for our kids. And that's the one that Carlos Hernandez eliminated because he eliminated the programs. So we don't need the directors no more. And I gave you the new job description where now a director only needs 1 year experience. It could be 19 years old. And handout number 2 is what Carlos Hernandez started that Mayor Bobo made even worse, right? The privatization of our parks. Some of you wonder why was Mark Gomez moved from the mayor's office when he was the mayor's right-hand man to now his title of business relations as far as Parks and Recreation. Mark Gomez is now the head man for our privatization of our parks. Why was he moved there? It's very important because I already pointed out how we raised $1 million in the revenue from special event auditorium, and we raised more than $1 million in rentals. Yet the money doesn't go back to Parks and Recreation. The money that we're using, because right now we're using our Parks and Recreation to generate money, right? We have no programs and we're generating money, and the in-kind donations, which is unheard of, but the in-kind donations over $1 million when we have these special events. And if you look at the political contributions of the people running for office, those are when Mayor Bobo still has control, I believe. That's why Mark Coleman was appointed to that position, are the ones donating to it. You have one good example coming up to you today, right? Gaza's Slade Park in Cojia, right? Slade Park does not have one program for the residents, right? So the residents of Slade, for 40 years, they've been paying taxes. You have a 10-year, 11, you go to Slade, what program you have for my kid? The answer is they have none. No program for the kids of Slade, right? Cojia, when we had this presentation that had all these people, they told us the Slade Park was gonna be used by the residents. It's not in the agreement. Doesn't say nowhere where the resident. They're gonna generate over $1 million. That's a 50-year contract, millions and millions of dollars. That money is not going back to Parks and Recreation. That money goes back to the general fund. So I ask you, is it correct, is it ethical to use our parks to generate money? Should we, our parks don't have programs. The money we're generating a lot, right? We have more Doral residents, City of Miami residents using our parks than we do Hialeah residents. Should our parks be used to generate money to pay for like the water bill, to pay for these other needs? Or do the residents that are paying the taxes out our parks, do we need a business relations person in the Parks and Recreation Department? Do we need a business, do the residents, 10 more seconds. Do the residents of Hialeah that are paying the taxes have the right to have, and I was looking at the budget real carefully, the budget is providing no money for programs in our local parks. They will still be privatized. I hope you look at the park and at least some of the money that's generated from Parks and Recreation, please offer at least one program. Each park at least put one program for the boys and one program for the girls, which is doable. And our kids are important, and our tax dollars should be
Thank you.
recreating our
Thank you.
kids. Thank you, Mrs. Ogby.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next speaker.
The last registered speaker is Yanelis Galvez.
Yane what?
Yanelis Galvez.
No Yanes Galvez? You're up to bat? No? Thank you. Any other scheduled speakers?
No, sir.
Thank you. So I guess.
Through the chair,
Yes, ma'am.
before we continue to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't do it during presentations because there was still light out. In 2022, I passed a resolution making or acknowledging the month of September as Suicide Prevention and Awareness Month. This is a cause that's very personal to me. We've already lit up most of the facilities around the city, but today we're gonna light up City Hall. So I will go downstairs and watch how they light it up. If anyone wants to join me, you're more than
Go
welcome
with
to.
you?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. So we'll break for a few minutes. We'll go down with the mayor, right? Right?
Yes.
Yes,
Madam
sir.
Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we'll do that, and then we'll come back up.
The meeting's now in recess.
See, the one next door, but it's not gonna be done until.
Okay, we're back in our meeting, in our council meeting, an active council meeting for today. Before we go on to our consent agenda, Mr. Attorney, would you like to address any matters at hand? Thank you.
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Through the council president.
Yes, sir.
So tonight you have a short board or short council. You have less members than usual. So I just want to point out, particularly for any applicants who have an item that needs to be considered by passage of an ordinance that per city law, an ordinance requires 4 affirmative votes to pass. That's not the case for resolutions. So if there's items that are approved by a mere resolution, you just need a majority of the council members present. But for an ordinance, it requires 4 affirmative votes. So I just want people to be aware of that when their items are heard tonight for their own information.
Yes, since we have a
Short.
reduced quorum, so they can let us know when their item is up. They can let us know if they wish to table or postpone it.
Yes, sir.
Persons
Yeah.
who have an administrative or a zoning item as well, right?
Right. Anything that requires an ordinance.
Very good.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That's an option we've got for that tonight if anybody wishes to exercise that. That being said, Madam Clerk, we have the consent agenda.
Sir, we have one board appointment right before.
True. Go on.
Proposed resolution appointing Daniel Cruz as the IAFF Local 1102 representative to the Board of Trustees of the Employees Retirement System for a period to commence on September 9th, 2025 through September 8th, 2027.
Does that require a vote?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Pleasure of the council on the board appointment.
Motion.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Perez. We have a second from Councilman Juan Junco. Please call the roll.
Professor De La Vega.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. Correction. Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Junco,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. We move on to consent agenda. Is there anyone present on the dais that would like to pull any item on consent agenda? Speak now. Are we complete? No one? No item? Do I pleasure of the council on a vote for the consent? Unless anybody is thinking of pulling anything, just anyone who has a motion, who starts with a motion. Motion by Councilman Junco. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilwoman Melinda de la Vega. Please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Junco,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The consent agenda has passed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please read for into the record administrative item 11A?
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance expressing its intent to approve and adopt text amendments to the housing element of the City of Hialeah, Florida Comprehensive Plan, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Just as a point of information through the council.
Yes, sir.
This is your second reading.
Yes, sir.
And the housing element is a required element by state law for the comprehensive plan. It's not optional.
Yes, sir. Open to public discussion on second reading, or of course, discussion from anyone on the dais. And pleasure of the council otherwise. On a motion. Motion by Councilman Junco. Do
Second.
we have a second? Second by Councilwoman Melinda de la Vega, correct? You said, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Junco.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, can you read item 11B into the record.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance repealing and rescinding Hialeah Section 94-163 entitled Water and Wastewater Payment in lieu of Franchise Fee of the City of Hialeah Code of Ordinances in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances Section 94-163, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the code, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
This item is also on second reading, open to public discussion, and of course, anyone on the dais.
Motion.
Motion from Councilwoman Perez,
Second.
second from Councilwoman De La Vega. Please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Perez? Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Madam Clerk, please read item 11C into the record.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting a perpetual easement to the Florida Department of Transportation for the purpose of constructing, installing, and maintaining road features, traffic signalization equipment, and roadway lighting equipment, including but not limited to sidewalks, signal controllers, service disconnects, and pole boxes, described in Exhibits A, B, and C. Repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This item is on second reading, open to public discussion or anyone on the dais for discussion. Otherwise, whenever you're ready, pleasure of the council.
Motion.
Motion from Councilwoman De La Vega. Second from Councilman Juan Junco. Please call the roll.
Ms. Perez? Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. 11D is postponed?
That's
Madam
correct.
Clerk? Okay. Can you please read 11E into the record?
First reading of proposed ordinance approving the lease agreement between the City of Hialeah and the City of Hialeah Education Academy Incorporated, COHIA, for land owned and operated by the City of Hialeah located at 2590 West 76th Street, Hialeah, Florida, for a period not to exceed 50 years, together with such rights and duties as more fully described in the lease agreement, a copy of which is attached hereto and made a part hereof as Exhibit A, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk as attesting witness on behalf of the city to enter into the lease agreement, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This item is on first reading, and of course, there will be a presentation. Are you prepared for that, Mr. Arza? Or Ms. Mari, are you going to be opening up the presentation? Name and
Good evening.
address. Thank
It's
you.
Mari Montreal, 501 Trump Avenue, Chief Operating Officer of the City of Hialeah. So given the fact that there are some council members that are not present here today, and we are here to discuss a pretty sizable lease for a long period of time, we respectfully request that this item be postponed to next meeting.
Okay. Can I get a motion on postponing till the meeting of the 23rd? Okay, for September 23rd, there is a request to postpone the item to the meeting of the Tuesday, the 23rd of September. We need a motion.
Motion.
Motion from Councilman Junco. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from
Yes.
Councilwoman De La Vega. Please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is postponed until the city council meeting of September 23rd, 2025 at 5:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you read administrative item 11F into the record?
Proposed resolution approving the use agreement between the City of Hialeah and the City of Hialeah Education Academy Incorporated, COHIA, for use of land owned and operated by the City of Hialeah, which includes use of a city's police substation, Bucky Dent Park, Wild Park, Mylander Park, and Carl F. Slade Park for educational and school extracurricular purposes for a fee payable to the City of Hialeah in the amount specified in the facilities use agreement, with such rights and duties as more fully described in the lease agreement, a copy of which is attached hereto and made a part hereof as Exhibit A, and authorizing the mayor or his designee and the city clerk as attesting witness on behalf of the city to execute the use agreement attached hereto as Exhibit A and all necessary documents in furtherance thereof, and providing for a term commencing upon the execution of the lease agreement between the city of Hialeah and Cohia, ending the reference use agreement on June 30th, 2028, with options to extend the agreement for up to 2 consecutive one-year terms upon administrative approval of any renewals by the mayor and the city attorney, and providing for an effective date.
Ms. Monreal?
I'm sorry, Ms. Padre, could you read that again? Just kidding. So since the request of the council was that both the lease and the facilities use agreement run concurrently, we would ask that this item be postponed for next meeting as well.
Thank you, madam. I need a motion on postponing it till the meeting of September 23rd.
I think Pepper wants to speak on the item though.
Yeah, I want to speak on the item.
Do we?
If the
Postpone.
if the item,
No.
if the item is
Mr. Attorney,
continued,
go ahead.
if the item is in fact continued, it would be appropriate to speak on it when it's actually heard by the council.
Okay.
Thank you. Please, Jose, can you come back on the 23rd and I will definitely allow you to speak
No,
on
we're
it?
not-
No, we're not going to consider it today, but the 23rd, I'll let you speak, of course. Thank you, sir. Can I get a motion for postponing this till Tuesday, the council meeting of Tuesday, the 23rd?
Motion.
Motion from Councilman Hulco,
Second.
second from Councilwoman De La Vega. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Junco,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is postponed until the city council meeting of September 23rd, 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you read?
Mr. President, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Just if we have some parents, if you could just wave your hands. If
Can you
here for
stand or
appeal.
wave your hand? Please come back on the 23rd. You're invited.
Just-
Please come
just
back
wanted
on
to
the
recognize
23rd.
They'll
Yeah.
be back then.
Thank you guys.
Thank
for
you.
Taking
Thank
the time
you.
to be.
And make sure Carlos Alvarez is here on the 23rd too. Don't give him the day off. Thank you, Carlito. Thank you.
Thank
And thank you all. Madam Clerk, item 11G, please.
First reading of proposed ordinance amending chapter 30 entitled Elected Officials, Article 2, Public Meetings, Section 30-31, subsection A, specifically replacing 96 hours to 120 hours for distribution of the agenda to city council members prior to the meeting, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
This is on first reading, item 11G. Not open for public discussion, but certainly for anyone, any discussion on anybody on the, anyone on the dais. Madam De La Vega, if you'd like.
Yeah, through the chair. So.
Yes, ma'am.
The purpose of this ordinance was really just to allow the council to have an extra day. I know I originally had said a little bit more time, but I think we had agreed to maybe, or in speaking, we had agreed to maybe just adding an extra day so that we are able to review these items thoroughly. Sometimes, some of the contracts that are given to us are several pages, sometimes over 100 pages, right? And so, you know, I think it's hard to review everything in detail. So that's just the purpose of this, to also to give more transparency, right? It's published to the public a day earlier as well. That is the ultimate purpose of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam De La Vega. Pleasure of the council on item 11G.
I'm going to put a motion.
Motion from Councilwoman De La Vega. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second motion from Councilwoman Monica Perez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Zogby,
No.
Mr. Junco,
No.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Motion fails at the pleasure of the council.
So are we able to have a discussion on it?
No.
Okay.
That the motion is for now, Mr. Attorney, is this motion dead?
Well, the ordinance was defeated. I mean, if I believe that if any council member wants to bring up some concept or idea, they can do so under new business. But yeah, this ordinance was defeated, and you can
So-
bring up the
Okay, understood. So I can bring up a different ordinance if I wanted to add for an extra day, but ultimately, my colleagues, some of them voted no, as in not allowing additional hours of transparency to the public and to the council. That's correct, right? So this fails. Adding an extra day of transparency is not what this council wants. Is that correct? Because it
Mr.
failed.
Attorney, if
Okay.
you'd like to.
Well, I certainly am not going to speak for any council member. I don't know
No, the
their
votes-
minds, and you know,
This item has failed.
this item has failed. All I'm saying is that for any council member, if they want to bring up the concept under new business some way, and then again, through the procedure we've seen here for the agenda, one of two ways, just for a quick refresh, either through the administration, or if not, you need the votes to, you know, bring the proposal, which you had. But then we get to, the proposal has to be, whatever the legislation is, needs to be
Right,
voted on.
understood. I just wanted to make sure it was clear.
If I may through the chair,
Yes, ma'am.
could she bring her item next meeting, just as we offered that courtesy to people in the audience, once we have a full council, so it could be read again?
Well, the council would then, the appropriate thing for the council to do, if the council wants to do that and they want a larger board to hear it, you would move to reconsider that and then just make it a postponement.
Yes,
Okay,
because Vice President Zogby said that at the beginning of the meeting, that all items, since we don't have a full council, so I think the councilwoman deserves the same respect that we offered the rest of the items on the agenda tonight.
That was an option that should have been taken at the top of of our taking a vote on this, not post the vote, correct, Mr. Attorney?
you know, it's up to, you know, it's up to applicants. She was the applicant, and she perhaps, again, I can't speak for a council person, but perhaps a council person didn't, you know, it was a legislative item as opposed to a real estate item or something. I don't know what was in their minds. You know, I really, I would be guessing. I don't know. But all I'm saying, the council could do that if it wished to.
So I would like to put in a motion to reconsider.
You don't need a motion to reconsider because there's been no action. The
Okay.
motion to approve failed.
Okay,
So if you're gonna make a motion, you can make a motion, but you don't need a motion to reconsider.
So you know, the city clerk is correct. It's just the ordinance failed because you didn't have the required affirmative vote. So what you would do is you would make a motion to bring this back, which it would die without anything else. It would die to bring it back, to continue it until there is a greater membership of the
Greater
council present. At the
Maybe.
next meeting or the meeting after that, you know, whatever you prefer. And then that could be acted upon. That's a procedural motion. So it could just be acted on by the majority of the members present.
okay.
Am I clear?
Yes, so I would like to put in a motion to bring it back. Hopefully my colleagues can agree with me so that we can have a greater board to make that decision.
Well, I was gonna make a suggestion before you go through with your motion. Before bringing it back, why don't we get feedback from our directors and see if it's, you know, for next meeting, for them to tell us what they think about the 120 hours instead of a 96. I get what you're saying about one day, but I mean, one day for transparency, come on, it's gonna be transparent regardless. It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then Tuesday at 5:30. But we need to be thoughtful and mindful of them as well because they go through a process to put everything together. So maybe we have to, you know, get their feedback and see. We don't want to make them and put them like in a harder situation of putting everything together when they have their deadline and they have their stuff to do.
Understood. And with, you know, through the chair, with all due respect, you know, sometimes I feel that when items are given to us, you are involved in the day-to-day and putting this agenda together, but when this is given to us at 5:30 on a Friday, right? And some of these contracts are 100 pages long. I mean, I have family, so, you know, it's very hard. I work, so it's very hard for me to, on one item, have 100 pages to review and make an accurate decision.
So there could be a different proposal. When we have something like that that has a contract, although maybe it's not on the agenda yet, if the contract is finalized, maybe we can email it to you guys. You guys can have it sooner, and you have all the time that you need to go over the contract.
What would sooner be?
Whenever the contract is finalized, because the Cohio one, I know there was a lot of back and forth before it was finalized.
And just
And
because
then placed on the agenda.
and just because you bring up Cohia, with the previous administration, we were very open as to the city, the administration, and council was very open about dialogue, what is good for the city, what is not. These contracts came to us with zero communication from your staff.
There was a lot of back and forth, and there is
Maybe back
like
and
I
forth
said,
between your offices, but no back and forth between council.
well, because it wasn't finalized. So once the contract got finalized, that's when it comes to you guys. And like I said, my doors are open to meet
At
whenever you have
3:30
any
on a
questions.
Tuesday.
Nope. At any time that you want, on a Tuesday or on the Monday before the meeting.
Okay.
That way you already have the agenda and you know what you have questions on.
Understood. And you sat in our chair, so you know what we're talking about.
I know what you're talking about, and that's
And
why
you
I'm used to
understand, and you
examining-
understand this. I just know that there's a
But
front that you're putting.
But I also know no, I'm not putting a front, but I also know the job that the directors have to do. I was talking to my bellies about it. That's why I'm saying maybe we should get feedback from them, see how they feel about it, see what they think, and then you go from there. Is
Okay,
what I'm saying.
can I have your opinion? What's your opinion on this?
My opinion is I always got on a Friday. Friday, I never complained about how much time I had with the agenda.
And you were able to review every single thing.
I was able to review the agenda.
I still would like to put in
I
a
mean, she's
motion.
been here for 6 years. Monica has never complained about us getting the agenda on Friday.
No, I have. I know Gerald gets it a week before. It's hard. It's hard. It's very difficult, especially her and I, that we have jobs during the day.
Yeah.
Full-time jobs and children, it's difficult.
hard.
And so I'm not.
I don't know.
I'm not proposing this, sorry, I'm not proposing this to make it difficult on anybody. It's honestly just giving council extra time. And it's also good for the residents, right? It's an extra day of residents seeing what is on the agenda. We complain all the time that there's not enough people who come to support or oppose items. So this is a way of making it, giving one extra day to the public.
If I may through the chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know how Doral does it, but they give it to them a week in advance. I don't know what system they do, but the council members have said, no, you guys only have, the weekend and Monday and half a Tuesday. So that's why sometimes I have to take off on Tuesday to review it, and that I'm calling people because I read it on Monday. So it's difficult. It keeps you rushing to try to make those appointments and try to meet with the departments. It is hard. I mean, I don't want to cause, a difficult ask for the departments, because obviously this is something that you have to ease into. So that's why I thought one day, okay, well, one day, and then maybe later on we could do another day until you get that inched up to 5 or 6 days, because I think doing a week immediately is very harsh. But maybe that's a way for us to inch up to having it, with enough time.
And through the chair, I also checked with Miami Springs. Miami Springs council receives it 1 week before council as well.
It's a suggestion. I mean, if we could offer her the courtesy, I don't know if like we said, I don't know if we need to motion to put it on the agenda for the next meeting, or if you just add it to the agenda. I don't know how.
Mr. Attorney, I'm sorry, do we need a motion to reconsider it? Is that what?
No, again, on reflection, really, the item died for lack of a second, so there was no action. It's like when you have a rezoning that takes 4 votes and you get 3. So the item dies. So because the item dies, it would not appear on another agenda automatically. So all you need to do, if you wish to do it, is pass a procedural motion to continue it, to consider it when you have, 1 or 2 more board members here, so you have a fuller council, if you wish to do that. Yes, sir.
And that would require.
No, that's a procedural vote. So a procedural vote is like your resolution rule. It just requires that a majority of you here agree to do that. That's all. It's passing the thing that requires.
No, I understand, but in order to do that, What would it require from us today? A
Uh,
motion, a second,
a-
and then a vote?
Yes, it would. It would require that because
Okay.
of what I just explained. Yes, sir.
Sir, just for the record, I don't know if Councilwoman Perez knows, but I think the city of Doral only has commission meetings once a month, not bi-weekly like us. So, but they have one meeting.
Still have two, but separated, the agenda separate. They don't do zoning and the consent.
I think your mic is off.
Yeah.
Your mic.
So would we need a motion for this, Mr. Attorney?
Yes, just a motion to continue it, till whatever meeting, is suggested when you have a more of a
Well,
membership here.
We have
I
a
just-
motion
We
by
have
the.
a motion.
I just want to say, I'm willing to speak to other cities and see what they do and see how they go about it. And I don't know, maybe it might be a possibility for us. Maybe it's not. Maybe like the city clerk said, maybe it's because they only have one meeting once a month or two meetings a month, and it makes it easier. I will have internal discussions with our department heads. You can speak to them as well along with me. I mean, if one day works for them, then we can go ahead and do it. And I will talk to other cities and see how they go about this.
Thank you.
So we proceed with the motion.
If that's the will of the council, yes, of course, sure.
So we have a motion on record from Ms. De La Vega. Do we have a second on that? Sorry?
Second, sir.
Second from Councilwoman Perez. Can you please call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Junco,
No. No.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
No.
Motion fails at the pleasure of the council.
Unfinished business, 12. Item 12. Any unfinished business? Item 13, new business. Zoning, Madam Clerk, can you please administer the oath for the zoning portion of our meeting?
Good
To
night,
all these
everyone.
persons who will be testifying on an item, please stand and raise your right hand.
Las personas que quisieran prestar sus opiniones delante de esta junta, por favor, pónganse de pie y alcen la mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. If so, say I do.
Usted jura o afirma que el testimonio que va a dar será la verdad, toda la verdad y únicamente la verdad y que Dios sea su testigo. Por favor, diga que sí si la respuesta es afirmativa.
Let the record reflect that all have responded in the affirmative.
En el archivo público constará que todos han respondido afirmativamente.
Thank you all. You may be seated. We're moving on to the zoning portion. Actually, this particular item is land use amendments 15A. Madam Clerk, can you read that into the record? 15A.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance amending the future land use map from low-density residential to transit-oriented development district. Property located at 991 East 21st Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This item is on second reading, open for public discussion. If anybody wishes to speak on it, or anybody, of course, in the dais, otherwise, Mr. Ruiz, would you like to present anything, or would you like us to move to a vote?
Just go directly to a vote. Manny Rose Architect,
sir.
offices at 18501 Pines Boulevard, Suite 342, Pembroke Pines, Florida.
Yes, sir. Any questions for Mr. Reus? Otherwise, pleasure of the council on land use amendment 15A. Do I have a motion on 15A?
Sure.
Motion from Councilman Junco. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilwoman De La Vega. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez, Yes. Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, please read Land Use Amendment 15B into the record.
First reading of proposed ordinance amending the future land use map from medium-density residential to high-density residential property located at 541 East 22nd Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, one-family district, and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This item is on first reading, not open to public discussion, but Mr. Reus, if you'd like to make a presentation for us.
Yes, real quick.
Name and address for the record.
Sure. Manny Reus Architect with offices at 18501 Pines Boulevard, Suite 342, Pembroke Pines, Florida.
Go on.
This is basically a simple 3-story, 2 stories in the back and 3 stories in the front, multifamily that we're rezoning from R33 to R35, and it has 5 beautiful units that are blend very much with the adjacent properties. We have plenty of parking, including the parking across the street, which is street parking and helps us out tremendously. And basically, we feel that this is going to change the block to a much nicer design for the area.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the dais about this project? If not, whenever you wish, anyone can make a motion.
Motion.
Motion from Councilman Junco. Do I have a second on this?
Second.
Second from Councilwoman Monica Perez. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for September 23rd, 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have zoning item 16A. Madam Clerk, can you read that into the record?
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R1, one-family district to TOD, Transit-Oriented Development District, granting a variance permit to allow a single-use multifamily residential building with 23 units where a vertical mix of uses is required. Allow a front setback of 15.7 feet or 17 feet are required for the ground floor. Allow a front setback of 10.7 feet or 17 feet are required for balconies fronting East 23rd Street, and allow a 6.5% pervious area where 10% is the minimum required. All in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-1538, subsection B, 98-1544, subsection B3, Roman numeral 3, and Section E of the Hialeah Landscape Manual, updated July 2025, entitled Tree and Lawn Requirements by Zoning Classification. Property located at 924 East 23rd Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, one-family district, and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This item is on second reading, open to public discussion. Otherwise, do we have anybody here representing the petitioner?
That would
Mr.
be me.
Mestre, you are recognized if you.
Caesar Mestre at offices at 8105 Northwest 155th Street, Miami Lakes, Florida.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Mestre? Otherwise, pleasure of the council. Is the parking good? We're apparently all good with the parking.
No variance for parking.
No variance for parking. I didn't see.
Motion.
Motion from Councilwoman De La Vega. Do I have a second motion?
Give me a second.
Yes, ma'am.
Since I didn't have an extra day to read it and you didn't need it, so I just need give me a moment.
Take your time.
Caesar, if I may, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Caesar, this was, just refresh my memory. This is one story, right? This is the one that has the studio and the 1 bedroom.
This
I
is
think I'm
the
getting
one
it
that's,
confused with a different property.
it's 23 residential units It's 3 2-bedrooms, 17 1-bedrooms, and 3 studios. This is
Oh,
the
3
one.
studios.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the one where the owner has voluntarily agreed to do 4 affordable housing units,
Okay.
2 studios and 2 1-bedrooms.
All right. Yeah, I had it confused with a different property. Okay, sir. Thank you. Yes,
Motion, ma'am?
yes, sir.
Motion from, a second motion from Councilwoman Perez. Please call the roll.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read zoning item 16B into the record.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R1 One Family District to TOD, Transit Oriented Development District, granting a variance permit to allow a single-use multifamily residential building with 9 units where a vertical mix of uses is required, allow a lot coverage of 62% where 60% is the maximum lot coverage allowed for low-rise buildings, allow front setback of 14.4 feet where 17 feet built to line is required. Allow a side setback of 0 feet setback for dumpster enclosure where 2 feet is the minimum required. And allow a pervious area of 11% where 15% is the minimum pervious area required. All in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-1538, subsection B. 98-1544, subsection B1, 98-1544, subsection B3, Roman numeral 3, 98-1544, subsection B3, Roman numeral 4, and section E of the Hialeah Landscape Manual, updated July of 2025, entitled Tree and Lawn Requirements by Zoning Classification. Property located at 991 East 21st Street, Hialeah, zoned R1 One Family District, and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item is on second reading and open to public discussion, if so wished. Otherwise, if anyone has any questions for Mr. Rose on 16B, or pleasure of the council. Any questions for Mr. Rose? Take your time.
You got a motion?
We have a motion from Councilman Hugo?
Yeah.
Yes. And did somebody say anything? No? Okay. Anyone second?
Second.
Second from Councilwoman De La Vega. Please call the roll.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ordinance 16C, Madam Clerk.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance rezoning property from RO Residential Office District to C2 Liberal Retail Commercial District, granting a variance permit to allow a front setback of 15 feet where 20 feet is required, all in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-1069, subsection A. Property located at 1410 West 68th Street, Hialeah, zoned RO Residential Office District, and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
This item is on second hearing and open to public discussion. I believe if anybody has any questions on this, Mr. De La Paz was online under Guana. I think it's supposed to be Guanabo, but they shortened it. But I don't know if anybody has any questions under, but I don't see him here anymore. It's on second reading. There's no public discussion, so pleasure of the council. There we go. Okay, just stand by, sir. If anybody has any questions for Frank De La Paz, who's the registered lobbyist. Otherwise, pleasure of the council.
Motion.
Motion from Councilman Junco,
Do I
If I
have a
may.
second when ready? Yes, sir. Go on.
Good evening. The host has not
Na-
been very nice to me today, but it's okay.
Name and address.
My
Frank.
name is Frank De La Paz, 11,000 Southwest 104th Street. This residential office was one of the first ones on the block. Now the whole block is C2. We are not proposing absolutely no changes whatsoever to the facility. It will continue to be Mr. Dr. Mendigutia's office. It's just that his two daughters, after graduating from PACE, they decided to go to dental school. And in order to be able to practice with the father, we have to go from RO to C2. And like I say, there is no absolutely any changes to whatsoever to the plant. It's the same building, the same way I built it 20 years ago. It's just that they be able to rotate among themselves and Jose eventually be able to retire and just leave the kids there.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion from Councilman Junco,
Second.
second from Councilwoman Monica Perez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Junco,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you very much.
Have a
I'm
good night,
sorry I
Frank.
cannot be
You're
there
looking
in person.
better. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Madam Clerk, item 16D, please.
First reading of proposed ordinance granting a variance permit to allow 47 parking spaces where 101 parking spaces are required for the operation of an existing CrossFit and MMA gym, and to allow an 8.4% pervious area where 10% pervious area is the minimum required. All in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-2189, subsection 7, and in contrast to the Hialeah Landscape Manual, updated July of 2025, Section E, entitled Tree and Lawn Requirements by Zoning Classification. Property located at 6440 West 20th Avenue, Hialeah, zoned M1 Industrial District and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, sir. Are you the registered lobbyist or the owner or
We're
the?
the architect's office, Mark Scavuzzo Architects, office at 7600 West 20th Avenue.
Go on, sir.
Okay, so this property, MMA and CrossFit, which is the same business, but they operate, the MMA operates during the day and the CrossFit operates at night. So one uses one half of the building during the day and one uses half of the building at nighttime. So parking has not been an issue. They've been there for 2.5 years. And they're right off the Palmetto Expressway. I'm sure a lot of you've seen it. And also the second floor is not being utilized. It was just square footage that was there when the building was built. So,
A couple of UFC champs have trained there, sir.
yeah. They're in
Nice.
Brazil right now.
Nice place. This item is on first reading, not open for public discussion, but certainly open for any questions for the lobbyist and or pleasure of the council.
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Junco. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilwoman Perez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Junco,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for September 23rd,
Thank you.
2025.
I believe it was Colby Covington's home gym for a while, right?
Yeah.
Did you meet him there?
No, I haven't met him, but yeah,
Okay.
did hear about him.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll see you next meeting. Okay. Item 16E, Madam Clerk.
First reading of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R33 Multiple Family District to R35 Multiple Family District, granting a variance permit to allow a lot coverage of 48.19%, where 30% is the maximum lot coverage allowed, allow an interior west side setback of 7.2 feet, where 10 feet are required, allow an interior east side setback of 4.2 feet, where 10 feet are required, allow a rear setback of 14 feet, where 20 feet are required, allow 8 parking spaces where 10 parking spaces are required, allow 23.30% pervious area where 30% is the minimum required, and allow proposed dumpster enclosure to be 3.7 feet from the right-of-way fronting East 22nd Street, where 10 feet is the minimum required. All in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-590, 98-591, 98-2189, subsection 19B, Section 78-108, subsection C1, and Section E of the Hialeah Landscape Manual, updated July of 2025, entitled Tree and Lawn Requirements by Zoning Classification, updated July of 2025. Property located at 541 East 22nd Street, Hialeah, zoned R33, multiple family district, and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
This item is on first reading and connected to the item we heard from for land use from Mr. Reus, who has left the building, but Claudia, would you like to speak on behalf of this?
Claudia Husband, Interim Planning and Zoning Director. Yes, this property is a property on 22nd Street. You had approved a similar project back in 2022. The property since then has been sold, and then this applicant is bringing forward the application. Basically, similar request to bring a 5 residential units within a 3-story unit building. They have a parking variance of 2 parking spaces less than is required in that area. This street actually have plenty of on-street parking, so that is what we recommended for approval in this area. It's right behind the Metro Rail, the FEC, tracks to the south. So we recommend it for approval with conditions.
Thank you. Pleasure of the council. This is that nice handout, the rendition that Manny Rose gave us.
Correct,
For
yes.
the land use, yes.
I don't know what
Pleasure of the
happened with him. He was here, probably he forgot that he has this application.
council. He left us.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Motion?
Motion from Councilwoman Perez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Junco. Please call the roll.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for September 23rd, 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk, item 16F, please.
First reading of proposed ordinance granting a variance permit to allow 10 parking spaces where 18 parking spaces are required. All in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-2189, subsection 6. Property located at 2315 West 4th Avenue, Hialeah, zoned M1 Industrial District and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
This item is on first reading, not open for public discussion, but we have one of the registered lobbyists here. Are you Mr. Cruz? Okay, full name and address for the record and go ahead, sir.
Totally forgot about that. Ruben Cruz, 1920 Wekiva Way, West Palm Beach, Florida. Ruben Cruz with Kinley Horn and Associates representing IMECA, and this is our application.
You want to tell us a little bit about it or
Okay,
whatever
yep,
you want?
I'll go right through it then.
Yeah.
I have a presentation here. Next slide, please. This is the location. It's on the corner there at 2315 West 4th Avenue. Just a little less than or a little more than half an acre industrial, currently vacant, with a zoning district of M3 industrial. Next slide, please. These are just visual representation of the site itself, so it comes in at different angles. Next slide, please. Next. Thank you. And it's basically a 10,000 square foot family-owned lumber hardware. These pictures here are just for illustration purposes to give you an idea of what the building would look like on the corner there. Next slide, please. And this is our proposed site plan. With it, kind of gives you a layout of the interior of the building. 20% of the Interior is basically the showroom where clients would come in. It's guided, it's a family-owned business guided towards interior designers and contractors. The rest of the building is basically storage area where the materials will be kept and stored inside. And hence the request of the parking. It shows there are required parking spaces not being fully met, but per our traffic study, which we provided as backup material to our request, shows that we are sufficient with national standards in regards to parking. We also have the dumpster enclosure and provided other requirements that are required of the code. Next slide, please. The variance request. Basically, the required parking spaces are 19. We're proposing 10 per your code section. I broke down there the square footage of the commercial and industrial use. Next slide, please. And here, this was to give you an idea of other facilities that IMACA has built in the area, and kind of give you an idea of where our parking requirements stand, where the city parking requirements lie as well within our request. Next slide. And as I mentioned before, this is the national study parking study that we provided as backup material that shows with our request that we're following a little bit over what is actually recommended by the national standard for parking based on the use. Next slide. Again, breakdown of the site plan with those calculations there for your review. Next slide, please. And this is basically the criteria for a variance per your code, harmony with it. So the proposed parking supply 10 spaces exceed the parking generation manual benchmarks and is consistent with other IMECA locations, permitted use with practical, consistent application of the code. Next slide. The second is consistency with a comprehensive plan, preserves industrial land use priority, adequate parking, confirmed aligns also with Hialeah 2050 to reduce auto dependency. This is something that is also in the comprehensive plan for the city of Hialeah. And with this type of use, it helps promote that vision that the city has. Next slide, please. Next is public interest and substantial justice. And this provides ADA required spaces as per code and Florida Building Code as well. Supports and reduces the auto dependency, which I just spoke about. Next slide. Number 4 is no adverse impact on neighboring properties. This property is compatible with the neighborhood uses and the zoning district and the future land use as well. And the variance will not burden or conflict surrounding properties. Next slide. And again, it's just to show the final site plan of the proposed structure for the variance request. Be happy to answer questions.
Is that enough parking? I'm familiar with Emeka, wonderful business. Or the one on 8th Avenue. Is this enough parking for the employees also? They're all going to use that park, the
yeah, it's a very
basis?
it's basically 2 employees. And with that, the modes of transportation to and from work are based that the employees will be able to park there and still produce the required parking for the business itself.
But people actually go and pick up material. There'll be trucks picking up material because they sell material there, right?
They
There'll
sell
be a loading area like I see here, right?
Yeah, they have a loading there, striped off there, which they can, pull up, back up, get the material and head out on their way. But
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Pleasure of the council, or any more questions for Mr. Cruz?
I through the chair.
Yes.
I do have a concern with the parking. So there's only gonna be 2 employees in this entire warehouse?
Yes, the business model for it has
Okay,
it's
just for
very
2.
limited on
Okay.
employees. because it's based on the business model.
Okay, which would only leave six parking spots. Was there a plan B, where we would be able to add?
Okay. Sorry, yeah. So let me, thank you, Director. Correct myself as I misspoke there. So there's 2 employees, 2 in the front and 2 in the back. So it would be a total of 4 employees there.
So having 4 employees, right, more than likely, is gonna be 4 vehicles, which would only leave 4 spaces. That area, and just how Hialeah works in general, I predict there to be an issue here, which goes back to, people parking on sidewalks, on swells and stuff. So is there a plan B or any modifications where we can add additional parking?
This is our proposed plan that we had, to move forward with. If there are any recommendations, I mean, we look at it and consider it. But based off of I say but the model of IMECA, this is a pretty standard and proven business model with the parking as well, that has been able to work.
And Claudia, I think you know how we feel about parking variances. Just as we continue to approve parking variance after parking variance, right? We have a parking issue.
Sure. So I think we have worked with this applicant to consider those issues, especially in terms of what are the amount of employees, the hours of operations and everything. So if you feel confident, we can request that they proffer some sort of declaration of restrictions in the case that if there is a parking issue within the site and they're spilling it over through the neighborhood area, that they will have to enter into an agreement with the neighboring property to suffice for any kind of additional parking spaces.
So through the council president,
Yes,
if I
sir.
may. So when the board considers, when the council considers these different, zoning requests, that you're able to, of course, grant them all, deny them all, or you can grant them in part or deny them in part or condition them. Or for example, if you wanted a condition, you could, unless it's here somewhere, I don't see it, you could additionally require that there be a covenant proffered in a form acceptable to the city for additional parking if needed as determined by the director. If you
That's
were
correct.
comfortable with that.
Yeah.
I mean, you would make that a condition.
Condition.
You'll move to
Part of the
approve
covenant.
with an additional condition, a covenant in a form acceptable to the city. We have a form covenant that, the law department is generated with planning and zoning, and that would address any additional parking needs as determined at the discretion of the director.
And typically we'll see it after it's constructed and they go into the operations and we see there is a parking issue on site, we can activate basically that requirement that they will enter into some sort of parking agreements with neighboring properties to satisfy their parking.
But you would be requiring the covenant now, where they're
Now.
covenanting now to
Right now.
do that, right?
Typically as is done before the second reading of the ordinance.
So we can approve it now and then subject to the covenant being added
You can.
for the
right.
23rd.
Right, you prove it now with the additional
Which-
condition that there be a covenant in a form acceptable to the city addressing these parking concerns.
They would have
If
to
that was
come-
your wish.
They would have to get the cooperation of a neighboring business or something by then, right?
And I mentioned the timing because we won't see if there is a parking issue after they are in operations. So we can say that if in the case after construction, there is a parking issue on site, this covenant will trigger that they are required to enter into this some sort of agreements with neighboring properties.
Yeah. They're not a crazy business. They're not like a Home Depot that gets tons of people coming in. It's a very light, specific. The clientele is very specific. I know that. The one on 8th Avenue really doesn't use a lot of parking spaces, but that being said, any questions, any more questions?
If I may, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So I see that there's the arrow to come into the parking lot, right? Is the stripe off to the right, that box, that's the loading dock? Okay, so then
That
these
is
trucks
correct.
have to turn and be perpendicular to the, or no, parallel to the building. And they're not gonna block those cars that need to
They
pull in
have
and
a-
out of the parking?
They have a bay in the back as well, so
So they
can get
drive into the bay?
They can get into the bay to the warehouse area, so they won't be blocking. The striping is so they don't block that entrance into the building.
Oh, so they could back up onto the stripe, is what you're saying?
They can enter to the warehouse through that area, or they can exit through that area as well. But the striping is so nobody parks in there.
But that striping is for vehicles. It's not a roof. It's not part of the
No,
building. Okay,
correct.
that was my concern.
Correct.
Okay, right. Okay. I mean, yeah, I think it's a order, pick up and go kind of location, so I don't think there's gonna be that much of an issue. I don't have a big concern with the parking, to be honest with you. So I'm okay. I'm okay with the applicant.
Is that a motion, ma'am?
Motion.
Is there a motion on the table?
No, you could do the first motion if you like.
Motion, go ahead.
Motion from Councilwoman Monica Perez, second from Councilman Junco.
Through the chair, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Monica, Councilwoman Perez, can you just kind of, where is it that the trucks are coming in through?
So at the bottom area, you see the arrow that comes into the building. You see where those stripes are?
Yep. We're
That's
going
the
up.
loading dock. That's where they're gonna park. So they're not gonna be blocking the spaces. That was my concern. I thought that was part of the building as
And
well.
and
But I
the
can't
stripes,
see-
the stripes,
I can't zoom it here.
I
so
know, I was trying to look at it
can't
too
read
on
it.
the,
It's small. The stripes, I guess, are part of the loading dock. That's where they could back up into that building. So it's not gonna block any of those parking spaces.
Yeah.
May I approach?
yes, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Through the chair, just as a matter of clarification, approved with condition?
Yes, that would be, yes. Please, let's add that. We have two motions. If we do get the approval, it would be with the condition of the covenant for the second reading. Correct? If there isn't any further discussion, we have two motions standing. Please call the roll.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez, Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Junco.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for September 23rd, 2025.
So, and I'm sorry but for the avoidance of doubts, just for me, was that approval with the?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
With the condition of the covenant. Thank you. Madam Clerk, item 16G, please.
First reading of proposed ordinance granting a special
Oh,
use permit.
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry, through the chair, I'm
Yeah.
so sorry. May we hear the final decision before this application, please? We have a simple final decision. The owners are online.
You want to move it? Oh,
if
okay,
you
yeah,
can move
let's
it
go
up.
to 17.
Thank
A,
you.
Final decision. Okay, no worries. Go on, Madam Clerk, yeah. If that's okay with everybody else. No objections? Go on.
I just feel bad because they're here with a big group of kids and I thought we were gonna push them to the front when we did this. They're here waiting. I feel bad for them. It's a big group. of kids.
It's up to you, but this is just a simple
mean-
final decision, but it's up to you.
I say,
I would have
let's
done
give the
them
courtesy
first
to the
get them
people
out,
who
but
are
that's
here.
it. They're done. So
Okay, so we're back to item 16G, Madam Clerk.
First reading of proposed ordinance granting a special use permit to allow an elementary school to operate on property zoned R1 One Family District, granting a conditional use permit pursuant to the City of Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-181, to allow a K through 5 grade elementary school on a freestanding campus setting property with a maximum capacity of 71 students in conjunction with a daycare with a capacity of 169 children, and granting a variance permit to allow an 8-foot height wall where 6-foot height wall is the maximum allowed on residential zoned properties, all in contrast to Section D, subsection 6 of the Hialeah Landscape Manual, updated July of 2025, entitled Shrubs, Vines, Ground Covers, Mulch, Buffers, Plant Quality, Stormwater Retention plus Detention Areas, Native Species, and Landscape Mitigation. Property located at 21 East 59th Street, Hialeah, zoned R1 One Family District, and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This item is on first reading, not open to public discussion. And Mr. Mestre, would you like to make a presentation?
Yes, thank you. Cesar Mestre, offices at 8105 Northwest 155th Street, Miami Lakes, Florida. Some of you were here when this item was before you before. The reason we are on first reading is because the issue that they had with the zoning signs, anything that wasn't concluded has to start all over. So that's why we're here. But this item was here already before the council. And at that time, it was put on hold. And the council requested that we do a traffic study to see what the impact was for the neighborhood. That traffic study is now done. You will hear from Choice Engineering as to what the results were, but I can tell you that they were favorable and there's minimal impact by what we are proposing. So we will start again and go through everything. With me today is the owner, Yonaiki Miranda. Yonaiki is a product of Hialeah, a fellow T-bred Hialeah High graduate that's done well. She's become a very successful businesswoman. She has 5 schools in the Hialeah area. And the reason she's successful is because she gives a great service and a great product. She employs about 500 people, and she helps out about 5,000 families when you put everything together. She prides herself in helping people out. She provides classes for children that have special needs that other schools won't take. She takes them. You heard last time, and you'll hear again in second reading from some of the folks that attend the school that sometimes run into financial issues. And she's the type of person that says, don't pay me, it's okay, keep coming. And she goes above and beyond to provide a great service, as I said before. So besides the Choice Engineering, you're also going to hear today from Carlos Cardozo, the architect on the project. We're here asking you for a special use permit allowing the elementary school in an R1 zoning. Instead of changing the zoning to R3 or something that would lead later on to possibly more intense use, we've agreed to go with a special use permit in an R1 so that the zoning remains the same. The land use on that property is already major institutions. That was done years ago. The other ask today is the conditional use permit allowing the 71 students, grades K through 5, and the variance to allow the 8-foot wall. It's important to understand the history of this property because this is not something that's coming for the first time and that she's trying to convert a house into something that it wasn't. In 1965, this property was granted, next slide. In 1965, this property was granted a variance to allow a child nursery, which I guess back in 65, that's what they would call daycares. In 2008, this is very important, the city council granted a conditional use permit and a special use permit to allow a 240 children daycare. 2008, they allow this. And at that time, they also approved plans to build another building besides, not the house that's there, they were going to demolish it, and they were going to build another building, much bigger than the house, back in 2008. That did not occur because, as we all know, in 2008, the economy took a hit. Her financing fell apart, and the project did never come to fruition. So although she had the approval for 240 daycare children and a new building, she was unable to build it. Now we move over to December 13th, 2023. The Planning and Zoning Board, the same application, recommended approval with conditions. In January 9th of 2024, the council approved at first reading. At second reading is when the item was tabled and they asked for the traffic report at that time. I'd like you to keep in mind, and you've heard this over and over throughout other presentations, that when you have a daycare with children, you need more employees. When you have a school, you need less teachers because the children are older, so you need less. So keep that in mind, that we've already had an approval of 240 daycare children, and we're now asking for the same 240, but 71 of those would be K through 5. This is the property. It's approximately 37,777 square feet. It's a corner lot on the northeast corner of 59th Street and Palm Avenue. Next slide. This is the approval from the ordinance from 2008, which you can see says we're granting you a special use permit to allow a child daycare with up to 240 children. During the last time we were here in second reading, I remember Councilman Calvo at the time looked up the ordinance and he said, hey, wait a minute, you were approved for 190 children for the first year, and then you would be able to get the 240. So being equitable, we're asking for the same thing this time. 190 for the first year, 71 would be school, the other remaining number would be the daycare, and then the ability to go up to 240 1 year later after we see that everything's working the way it's supposed to be. Next slide. This is also part of the ordinance 1753, which granted the child nursery way back a long time ago. The proposal now, next slide, is for a building that looks like this. This is the conceptual drawings. The zoning director requested that we change the colors, and that's something that has been implemented. We've already drafted and agreed on a declaration of restrictions for the conditions that will apply to this. One of the conditions is we agreed to change the colors that are here. Next slide.
If I may through the chair, what color was it before?
We've been through 2 or 3 different colors.
Okay.
Cardoso's laughing because he'll show you the pictures. We started with like a mustard yellow,
Okay.
and now this one, but this isn't to the satisfaction of the zoning director. So I think we talked about an earth tone, and it doesn't matter. We'll paint it whatever color is acceptable to the city. You'll hear a little bit more, but this is basically the layout. There was issues brought up last time saying that there was problems with parking, problems with the swale area, et cetera, et cetera. So what we tried to do is for everything to be self-contained on this, on our lot, on our property. And The building itself, as you can see, has been moved as far up on Palm Avenue as possible to keep it away from the residences that are located next to it. Next to the residences will be the parking. There's enough parking. There's no parking variance for everything that we are proposing. There's also enough area for the circulation, for the pickup, for the drop-off. It's very important for you to know that the traffic study, although it was done by Global Engineering, and they're here to speak to you today, was analyzed and was we gave comments and was approved by the city consultant that the city picks. Our client pays for it, but the city picks him and he works for the city and he says, okay, this is okay. Actually, he's the one that comes up with the methodology of what the traffic study has to be. So all of that was followed. You'll also hear about this 8-foot wall. The 8-foot wall, although it's costing her more money, is something that she's doing for the neighboring residents. The 8-foot wall is on purpose to prevent and help with any noise that will come from the school. So there's going to be, and the architect will speak a little more, but 8-foot wall, and there's also going to be a sound barrier that's going to be applied to the wall. So it's going to have different layers to help out with the noise. Next slide. This is what the property looks like now. In the planner's report, it talks about the swale area and how that's grass is non-existent anymore. The next slide shows you an aerial view of what's there now. The house that was built back in the 50s had a big circular driveway on Palm Avenue. Next slide. This is the actual corner. This is kind of where the employees park now. Obviously, this will be all gone. The swale area will be completely redone. There will be on-street parking provided there on that area. We will have gates to open and make the parking lot accessible to our employees and to all the folks that are coming to the school. Next slide. This is the house that's located to the east. Next slide. Again, the circulation. And you have some, you can go through the next ones, just showing the renderings of the building. There, stop on that one. So I made this little chart to see what the options are because we had some folks opposed to it last time. The first column to the left, folks want a single family house. That ship has sailed a long time ago. It was converted into a daycare back in 1965. So that is not an option. It was a daycare from 1965 to 2008 when she got the approval for the 240 children, major institution land use, no on-site parking. The swale area has been destroyed. The children play next to the homes, and all you have is a chain link fence separating the possible 240 children from the homes. And as we know, daycares require more employees, which means more cars. What we are proposing, and this says 23 because we started this back in 2023, the 240 children, 190 for the first year only, upgrades to the parking, upgrades to the car stacking. The children will benefit. They're adding a 6,917 square foot playground. They will regrass the swale area, add the parallel parking, add the 8-foot fence to prevent the noise from bothering the neighbors, a new building that will be as far as possible from all of the residential area located next to it. The next slide. This is part of the declaration of restrictions, which we have approved and the city has approved. I think legal's the only one left, but as far as the terms of what we have agreed to, these are the conditions. Total children and student capacity to limited to 71 K through 5 students and 119 daycare children for a total of 190 students for the first year of operations. Then the impacts to be reevaluated so the population can increase to 240 students and children. The CUP shall be filled with the Planning and Zoning Division prior to the end of the first year. Building colors to be changed as recommended. A temporary classroom. There's a modular that's located in the back of the school that will be removed immediately upon the issuance of a building permit for the construction of the new campus. The swale area to be improved with sidewalks, on-street parking, drainage, proper green areas, as shown on the plans prepared by Carlos Pizarro, registered architect. Proposed redevelopment of the site to get completed within a period not to exceed 2 years. The proposed construction will commence during the end of the 25-26 school year, as long as all permits have been issued, and if not, will commence within 60 days of permits for construction approval. The 8-foot CBS wall and dense landscaping to be provided along the north and east property lines, as provided by the architect's drawings. The owner shall manage traffic, and this we did because the traffic engineer came up with some comments. So in the drawings, the traffic engineers came up with solutions to those issues. Shall manage traffic by having police-trained school personnel directing traffic at arrival and dismissal during the first year of operations as needed. And traffic will be managed on a daily basis by configuring the traffic route as set forth in the attached exhibits. And if you can show the next slide. This is the proposal. There's cones that have to be set up every day. Traffic is going to be controlled, going only certain ways, allowing only certain turns, allowing certain things which are in accord with the traffic consultant's recommendations. And provide the site plan. The pickup and drop off consists of 3 stations as shown in the plans. So that is what we are proposing. We would ask you for, at the end of the presentation, a approval. And at this time, I would like to call the traffic engineers to come and give us their presentation. These are the engineers from Choice Engineering.
Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Good evening, Eugenio Lopez, 12855 Southwest 132nd Street.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening again. I would like to thank the City Council for allowing us to present the traffic impact study efforts and findings for the Children's Paradise Learning Center, which is to be located at 21 East 59th Street in Hialeah, Florida. Please note that the analysis and findings presented in the presentation were reviewed and coordinated with the city's traffic engineer consulting. My name is again is Eugenio Lopez, and I lead the traffic engineering group at Choice Engineering Consulting. I'm going to take a few minutes to introduce the firm and qualifications, and then I will let Andy Gutierrez, one of our traffic engineers, to go over the actual study efforts and findings. Choice Engineering Consulting was founded in 2015 by Carlos Francis and Rafael Aguilar and have grown into a 42-employee firm with offices in Miami-Dade County and Broward County. Carlos Francis has over 32 years of experience in traffic engineering, and Rafael over 27 years of experience in highway design and ADA compliance. As you see here, I have over 22 years of experience in traffic engineering, both operations and safety. Next slide. We are technically qualified by both the state of Florida and the Miami-Dade County to perform traffic safety and operational studies, major and minor highway design, planning studies, and data collection efforts. We have extensive experience performing all those efforts and have performed numerous traffic studies over the years for schools, parks, public facilities, and private developments. Given our public sector background, engineering principle, we are always focused on safety, accessibility, operational efficiency, while considering the neighborhood needs. I will now turn it over to Andy Gutierrez to get into the details of the study.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Andy Gutierrez, and the office is located 12855 Southwest 132nd Street, Suite 200. Next slide, please. So as you know, the project involves the reconstruction of the existing one-story Children's Paradise School into a new two-story building. The school is currently located at 21 East 59th Street on the northeast corner of East 59th Street and Palm Avenue. The existing school operates Monday through Friday between 6:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. with a drop-off period between 7:30 a.m. and 9 a.m. and pickup period between 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. The school currently serves about 70 to 80 students, and based on field observations, the school currently has parents pulling into the graveled swell area located in front of the school to perform drop-off and pickup as needed. Next slide, please. So after reconstruction, the school will be approved to serve up to 240 students beginning in 2028. However, for this traffic study, we took a conservative approach and we actually analyzed conditions for 270 students based on the maximum capacity that was reflected in the classroom layout and the site plan. All trips that will be taken by private vehicles with access through one entrance and one exit driveway. The entrance driveway on the east side and the exit driveway on the west side, both one-way driveways. The site will also have 57 parking spaces, 39 for visitors, 18 for staff, with an additional 3 on-street parkings in front of the school. Next slide, please. And so our objective for this traffic impact study was to evaluate the current and future school operations, assess the traffic impact study, the traffic impacts within the roadway network that's adjacent to the school, and develop mitigation strategies to ensure an acceptable level of service as within the location and nearby intersections. Next slide, please. And so here's how we estimated the actual trips that we're expecting for the proposed school. First, we collected the existing trips to and from the school that were collected on a school day with an attendance of 61 students, which is considered a low absence, between 7 to 9 a.m. and from 4 to 6 p.m. Based on that, we're able to calculate the expected number of trips in the future for the proposed school using the anticipated school enrollment and performing a ratio method to determine that expected trip. We then get the difference between those project trips and the existing trips, and that's how we calculate the net project trips, which in short is basically the additional trips that will be added to the roadway network. So based on that, we're able to determine that there's going to be 227 additional trips during the morning peak hour added onto the roadway network, which accounts for 120 vehicles going into the school and 107 coming out of the school during the morning peak hour. And for the PM, it's less. We're expecting 100 vehicles being added to the roadway network, with 52 coming into the school and 48 coming out. I want to make a note that the school dismissal period does not overlap with the afternoon rush hour of the adjacent roadway, since the students will be released earlier than the afternoon rush hour. Therefore, the PM peak hour was not analyzed in this study for the methodology approved by the city. We also did extensive data collection to conduct and adequately perform the operational analysis and see what the impacts are in the adjacent network. Next slide, please. And so this map shows the study intersections that were analyzed in this study, and these include Palm Avenue and East 59th Street, which is adjacent to the school, as well as signalized intersections along Red Road to the west and Leon Road to the east. We evaluated how the additional school traffic would affect these intersections, particularly during the morning peak hour, which overlaps with the arrival period of the school. The operational analysis is conducted so that we're able to determine what the actual operational impacts are, as well as to determine what the level of service of those intersections are. And for those of you that don't know, based on the Highway Capacity Manual, the level of service is a qualitative measure of the traffic operational conditions on the transportation facility, and evaluated using a standardized scale between A and F, A being the best, no delays, no congestion, and F being the worst, heavy delays, heavy congestions, gridlock conditions. And so as you can see, under the future total conditions, the study intersections that are analyzed are expected to continue to operate very similar to the existing conditions as well as the future conditions without the project trips during the AM peak hour. As you can see, Palm Avenue, sorry, go back to the previous slide. Palm Avenue is expected to operate at an LOS of A, which is really good. And the signalized intersections are expected to operate between an LOS of D to E. As you can see in the intersections along 49th Street, although the level of service goes from D to E, the difference in delay is only about 2 to 4 seconds per vehicle. And so there's not a significant impact in those intersections. I want to also note that the future total conditions already takes into account the optimized signal timings that were already recommended in the report. Next slide, please. And so this slide shows the traffic routing plan that will be provided to the parents and used during the school drop-off and pickup period. The red arrows represent how the vehicles will get into the school, and the blue arrows represent how the vehicles will exit the school. Parents will approach the school along East 59th Street coming from the east and make a right turn in the entrance driveway and driveway number 1. This will keep traffic moving westbound and avoid any left turn movements into the school, which is one of the city's main concern. After dropping off and picking up, vehicles will exit through the second driveway and will be able to perform left turn and right turn movements as needed. And so the purpose of this traffic routing plan is to ensure the safety of our students, staff, family during arrival and dismissal. By following this plan, parents will help keep traffic flowing smoothly and prevent congestion on East 59th Street and Palm Avenue, as well as maintain vehicle containment. Next slide, please. And so to manage the traffic safely and efficiently within the proposed school, we developed a school traffic operation plan. And some of these key elements include keeping the property gates open from 6:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. We have the right lane or the outside lane, which is the blue arrow, as the drop-off and pickup queue line, and the left lane or the inside lane, which is the green arrow, as the bypass lane for navigation through the parking lot, as well as to perform parking maneuvers. I want to reiterate that the site is going to have 57 parking spaces, 18 for staff, 39 for visitors, as well as 3 additional on-street parking. We also recommended that the school has 4 to 7 trained school personnel to direct traffic, as well as assist with drop-off and pickup. We strongly recommend that the school restricts any left turns into the school. So for example, if you're driving eastbound along East 59th Street, you will not be able to make a left turn into the school. Only westbound to make a right turn into the school will be allowed. On the other hand, we're maintaining unrestricted turning movements for the exit driveway to allow vehicles to perform left turns or right turns as needed. The school traffic operation plan will ensure that the queues related to the school will be maintained within the property. Using traffic cones and trained school personnel will help guide vehicles, keep the traffic moving, and enforce the turn restrictions, as well as maintain the vehicles within the school site. And this traffic operation plan will occur only during the arrival period between 7 to 9 a.m. and the dismissal period between 2:30 and 4 p.m. Next slide, please. And so to ensure that the students are able to arrive and dismiss safely, we developed a school zone concept that consists of school zone signage and flashes, as well as school pavement markings. Again, this school zone will coincide with the school traffic operation plan and will operate Monday through Friday, 7 to 9 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. Next slide, please. And so in addition, we recommend that the school provides 3 instructional shifts to further improve the operation of the school. I want to note that these proposed shifts were already approved and coordinated by the school, and they're staggered by 30 minutes to manage the traffic safely and efficiently. As you can see, shift 1 will consist of grade of 5-year-olds in grades 1 to 3. Shift 2 will consist of grades 4 to 5, and shift 3 will be for the 4-year-olds, which are also known as the VPK students. I want to note that the infants and the 3-year-olds are also expected to be dropped off any time between 6:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. and picked up any to 6 p.m. Next slide, please. And so to conclude, we recommend that the school implements the mitigation strategies that were mentioned previously, as well as the school traffic operation plan. We also recommend the city coordinates with Miami-Dade County to optimize the existing face splits at the signalized intersections that were analyzed. The signal optimization that was recommended in the study to the existing study intersections will enhance the current level of service that we have today and reduce delays, leading to improved future conditions, especially when the project trips are introduced to the project site. Overall, the proposed school introduces minimal operational impact, and the mitigations that were explained before ensures that there's on-site vehicle containment within the school, safe and efficient drop-off and pickup within the school, and no adverse effects on Palm Avenue and East 59th Street. And with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Can you repeat that presentation, please? No, just kidding.
If there's no questions for the traffic engineer, then we would ask the architect, Carlos Cardoso, to.
How do you do? Carlos Cardoso, Vice President of Architecture for Design Tech International, located at 14125 Northwest 80th Avenue, Suite 303 in Miami Lakes. Not much more to say, but a few things. We're proposing a total 15,000 square foot, 2-story building with an elevated playground area for the school, for the educational portion of it, and a ground level playground area for the younger kids, the daycare area. So that's why there's 2 different playground areas that we're proposing in the plan. We did have a meeting with the neighbors. We have been listening all throughout all these meetings that we've had. One of the main concerns was noise, which is why we proposed that 8-foot high fence as opposed to a standard 6-foot high fence that we had. Reasoning, I made this to make it a little bit easier, but the idea is that we're using the 8-foot high fence because the smaller kids are playing closer to the school, or I'm sorry, closer to the neighbors. And based on their average height and so forth, with what we're doing to the wall, which is a series of a concrete block wall with a sound absorbent material on the wall itself, and then a wood framed wall on top of that, or wood frame fence in front of that, along with planting. So all those layers will provide sufficient buffering so that the noise would be reduced significantly from one side to the other. As a matter of fact, based off of our analysis, it could bring it down almost to zero. Basically, nothing is soundproof since it's open air, but it will reduce it significantly. The other playground area that we had is an elevated playground area over the parking. So the school will get the convenience of a covered parking area, which is where the main daycare kids would be parking to be taken into school. But above that, we'll have a playground area for the older kids. The idea with that is we're providing some louvers all the way around as a means of fencing and protection for the kids, but at the same time, it helps also reduce sound. And with the distance that we have, which is about 45 feet between the property line and the school or the playground area, with every doubling of distance, they're reducing 6 levels or 6 decibels of sound. The idea on a sound chart for a playground area would be about 115 decibels. With the distance that we have, we're calculating that it's, again, reducing the sound levels considerably by the time from where the playground is that's elevated to where the property line is. So we've taken into account many of these items. It hasn't, I don't think, at least I was listening and I didn't hear it clearly stated that all the stacking required for this school will be handled on site. All right, so there should not be any bleeding out into the street. And as well as comparable to those beautiful scenes that you were showing earlier through Public Works and all the stuff that they're doing on the streets, we're doing the same thing at the cost of the owner along the property on her side where we're providing curbed landscaped areas, street side parking, parallel parking spaces to provide the 3 parking spaces, which will limit any people parking within in the swale area, as well as that this parking or lot is, fully parked. No variances are being requested for the parking. So, and again, there have been conversations about the color. I don't find it offensive, but, we'll be more than happy to, make any modifications to this so that we can, meet whatever the needs that the city is looking for. But we have made a few considerations on color already. We'll continue to do so long as everybody's happy with it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So as you can see, the traffic study was done, minimal impact. We're taking all of the steps recommended by the traffic engineer for the city. Remember, the traffic study was done considering 270 children. We're asking for 190 for 1 year, 240. So if the traffic works for 270, it should really work well with 190. I would ask all of the folks that are here that want this to be approved to stand up, please. Todos los que están aquí para que aprueben esto, por favor, párense. And obviously, this is only a small number of folks that support this. So we respectfully request that you vote for an approval, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
We're going to have to table this to next meeting because we lost one of our council. No, we don't have to table it. You can have a seat. You can have a seat. Thank you. Pleasure of the council or any questions for the lobbyist?
Through the
If I
chair.
may,
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Caesar, I wanted to ask you, do we have a covenant on this project?
The writing that I showed you is part of the Declaration of Restrictions, which is
Okay.
the covenant that we've already,
The previous
we,
covenant?
there was one before
Okay,
for 2008.
yep.
Obviously that one's going to be done away with, but there is a new one implementing the new conditions.
Where can I see that new one? Is it
That's part of it.
it's in the backup?
I have a copy of this one.
And if you can also confirm, one of the questions I had, I was trying to look it up in the plans, was how many cars go through the loop at one time? Sorry, here. Was it 11 or 12?
I think it was 14.
14.
According to the numbers, we're supposed to.
When you need to, when you're right. You need to speak into, you can actually sit here if you want, but you need to speak into the mic, please.
Okay.
Councilwoman, well, I'm being
Yes.
told that according to the numbers, we're supposed to have 14.
Okay.
But we actually have capacity for a little more.
Okay.
Because we wanted to make sure everything was self-contained within the property. We don't want to do anything outside affecting the neighbors.
And one other question, okay, I see it here. Having a highly police trained school personnel, because I wanted to make sure we had security or police on site.
Right.
One other question I have is on East 59th Street, right? Coming from Palm Avenue, how are we restricting cars to go right to the school?
Going from Palm Avenue, going eastbound, if you look at
So like going up Palm Avenue and then turning right into the school, I believe in the presentation, it said they will not be able to turn right.
they will not be able to turn left
Okay,
on 59th Street. If you're going eastbound on 59th Street,
okay,
you will not be able to turn left into the parking lot. We don't want that. That was one of the recommendations
Right.
because there's such a short span between Palm Avenue and the entrance.
right,
So they're going to go, the only way you're going to get into the school is going westbound.
okay.
And
Well,
that's going to be done through cones,
Okay,
which are part of the traffic engineer's diagram, which we've made part of our covenant. We're saying
That's what I want to check.
we are going to make this site look exactly like this diagram every morning and every afternoon to control the traffic.
Thank you.
Are you done, ma'am?
Yes.
If I may through the chair?
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for the presentation. Thank you for addressing our concerns as it pertains to the traffic study and having that stamp of approval that our decision today is going to be organized and well thought out for that community. I know that one of the residents that was here today, I believe it's Sandy Palacios, is concerned with the flow of traffic, and she has all the right to feel that way because she's an educator and she works in this field. But this school is going to be much smaller, right? And it's going to be broken up. From the way that I saw, it's only going to be dismissing, I think, 100 students from the elementary at a certain dismissal
you have-
window, right?
You have 71 total max,
Right.
and that's going to be done in 3 different shifts.
And that's if they stay for aftercare. So it's not going to be that influx.
A lot of them
heavy-
stay for aftercare.
Right.
So I calculated you're going to have 20 something leaving every half hour.
Right. In comparison to a public school setting like Amelia, I think Amelia has around 500 students. It's a little bit more impactful, right? So I understand her concern, but I believe that this school is not going to have that issue. And I love how the traffic study recommended for the parents to come in from East First Avenue, coming up, East 59th and not blocking that Palm. So if the school does in fact block with cones and only allows entrance from turning in on East 59th from First Avenue, I think that that's going to alleviate a lot of the flow as well. So I think I feel comfortable moving forward with this application. I believe the applicant has done a lot to address and to consider the neighbors with the impact wall. And schools like this is something that our community needs. We need schools that are for varying abilities. And I appreciate having one in the community. And I appreciate the applicant going through the layers of approval to ensure that she's a good neighbor. So I'm comfortable moving forward with the application, so I would motion at the pleasure of the board.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Perez. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilman Junco. Call the roll, Madam Clerk, please.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Junco,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for September 23rd, 2025.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have the traffic engineer stay home on the 23rd, please. Thank you. Unless he wants to come. Madam Clerk, I guess we have the final decision. 17A.
Proposed resolution approving the final decision of the Planning and Zoning Board, decision number 2025-07, allowing an interior north side setback of 4 feet where 7.5 feet are required, and to allow a distance separation of 5.1 feet from the main structure where 10 feet is the minimum required for the legalization of an existing accessory building. Property located at 4661 West 8th Court, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, and providing for an effective date.
Ms. Hasboon, do you want to say something? Yeah.
This is a single-family home that it wants to legalize certain structures that they have on site, and the applicants are actually online if you have any questions.
Have we inspected the structures? What are they? Storage? What are they? What are the structures?
The structures, basically, one is a storage, that is what they have to propose, and the other one is an aluminum terrace.
Pleasure of the council.
If I may through the chair?
Yes, ma'am.
It looks like, from the Google Maps, it looks like a very well-maintained home. There's only one vehicle that I see in the front. It looks like this is a respectable family that lives there. It doesn't look like it has multiple efficiencies. So I think that I'm good moving forward with it. So motion to approve.
Motion from Councilwoman Perez. Do I have a second? Second
Second.
from Councilman Junco. Please call the roll.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank
Today's
you.
meeting is adjourned.